The Overpowered Scholar Chapter 11-31. Chapter 11, Semi-Date Disasters. As they exited the mercenary union, Nala and Amaya struck up conversation between each other. Despite being flanked by two beautiful women, Ciro couldn't help but feel annoyed as he listened to their grievances and complaints of him. The night was warm, a soft breeze gently whispering through the brightly lit streets as the trio walked. People bustled about, creating a lively scene that Ciro was not used to. The three of them stopped at a small, cozy Italian restaurant, the atmosphere warm and inviting. The aroma of delicious food filled the air, making Ciro's stomach growl in anticipation. The hostess greeted them warmly and guided them to a table outside on the patio. Once they sat, their waitress came over and presented them with menus. Ciro could feel his health decline as he saw the hefty price tags, dreading what kind of expensive meal Amaya would want. But before they could order, there was an ear-splitting shriek from the streets. As Ciro turned around, he saw a giant portal opening in the middle of the street with a deafening crack. The inner portal was a dark gray, outlined with a fiery purple light. In an instant, Nala and Amaya leapt to their feet and vaulted over the patio railing, their weapons drawn. Amaya reached into her pocket and pulled out a small pager-like device, pressing a small button. "This is Liaison Amaya, calling into the association headquarters," she barked into the device's speaker. "A monster outbreak has appeared in the vicinity of the Mercenary Union building. Estimated D rank to C rank. Requesting for any available backup." Amaya slipped the pager back into her pocket as she crouched into a defensive stance alongside Nala in front of the portal. Meanwhile, Ciro sat back in his chair and watched the two women prepare themselves. Their waitress had already retreated to safety, as did the other patrons in the restaurant. Champion? Aren't you going to join too?" Afiel asked. "Nope. Any particular reason why?" "Don't feel like it. Plus, I gotta keep an eye on my gold." Ciro ignored Afiel's protests and continued to watch the two women. Though he did feel slightly bad for not assisting them, he figured they would be able to handle a D to C rank monster outbreak by themselves if backup came too late. After all, Ciro himself had somewhat soloed a C rank boss monster and he had just revived. His thoughts soon drifted towards what kind of monsters would be coming out from the gate. Based on his previous experiences, he figured it would be animalistic, since he had been killing lobsters and wolf-like monsters. An eerie giggle disrupted his thoughts as a shadow zipped out of the portal. Before Ciro could make out what it was, Nala had already engaged in combat with the intruder. Wait a minute. With his perfect analysis pushed to its limits, Ciro managed to process what the monster was before Nala quickly blew it up with her daggers. Was that a succubus? A few more shadowy figures darted out of the portal, but by then a couple of ascendants had arrived on the scene. Amaya took charge of the scene, barking orders to the newcomers as she fought alongside Nala. Ciro watched with awe and excitement as he mainly kept his focus on the rather seductive and scantily clad succubi that flew out. Their movements were graceful and fluid, their every attack designed to distract and entice their opponents. They used their pheromones to cloud the minds of their foes, making them easier to hit and more susceptible to their attacks. Despite their alluring appearance, they were far from harmless. Nala and Amaya fought them off with a combination of skill and sheer determination, refusing to fall for their charms. It was a different story for some of the male ascendants as they found their movements slowed and their minds confused. Ciro took this time to look for new skills to copy as he pulled out his phone to record the battle. "Champion, you do realize this is a dangerous situation?" Afiel sounded simultaneously exasperated and bewildered. "Yeah. I'll be fine, though," Ciro nonchalantly responded as he zoomed in on a succubus. He panned over to an ascendant who began to charge up yellow mana around him. "Hey!" Ciro tried to activate his perfect copy but found that he was unable to copy the ascendant. He lowered his phone, staring at the man directly instead of through the screen. Ciro's body buzzed with power and his perfect analysis allowed him to learn that the man was a warrior class, and the skill he was using was Iron Skin, which greatly buffed the user's defensive attributes by hardening the skin. Damn, so I can only use my abilities if it's in person. Zero grumbled to himself. Those were some of the limitations I mentioned earlier. Afiel chipped in. What other restrictions do I have? He frowned, raising his phone up to resume recording. Oh, well, that's the only one I know of. Zero wanted to make a snarky comment, but a succubus suddenly caught sight of him. Hey, big boy. How about a little private time? She purred, her voice dripping with seduction as she flew up to him. She suddenly flinched as she got a clear look at his face, but recovered quickly. Absolutely. Zero immediately put his phone away and stood up. He chose to ignore the brief reaction the succubus had to his looks. Wait, champion. Afiel tried to interject. Zero ignored the goddess, instead focusing on the succubus. She floated closer to him, her crimson eyes locked on his. Though it was hard to see in the night, as the succubus drew closer, Zero was able to clearly make out her details under the bright streetlights. Her long, dark hair swayed gently around her, casting shadows across her flawless, pale skin. Her red lips curled into a seductive smile, revealing sharp fangs. Her lithe, sinuous body was clad in a revealing black corset and thigh-high boots. Without warning, she lunged forward, pressing her body against his. Her hot breath tickled his ear as she whispered, "Why don't we find some place more private?" Her hands began to wander, caressing his chest and shoulders, though it seemed she did so reluctantly. Before Zero could respond, the succubus screeched painfully in his ear, momentarily deafening him. A moment later, the succubus exploded with a shower of oddly sweet-smelling green blood, drenching Zero. He could only sputter as Nala suddenly materialized in front of him, a mixture of concern and slight irritation on her face. "Were you bewitched by the succubus?" Nala asked, studying his face carefully. "Oh," Zero spat out a glob of green blood. "Yeah, I was. Thanks for the save." "He's lying." Amaya appeared next to them with a scowl. "There's no sign of succubus magic on him." Zero raised an eyebrow at her. "What do you mean?" "She means that succubi use magic to bewitch their victims. So, it seems like either it didn't work on you, or the succubus didn't use magic." Nala wrinkled her nose in disgust. "Or maybe she did use magic and you still went along with it." Zero opened his mouth, then closed it. "Oh, my god. I knew you were shameless, but not for monsters." Amaya shook her head in disgust. "We'll discuss this later. Either help us fight the boss, or stay away." She turned and ran back into battle, rallying the other ascendants in preparation for the boss. "Are you that lustful for women?" Nala asked Zero with a slight frown. "Well," he began, looking away uncomfortably. The shouts from the other ascendants caused Nala to shift her focus away from Zero. "Explain after the fight. I hope you'll help us this time," she murmured as she left him to join the fight as well. "Champion." Not another word, Zero sighed to himself. "I guess I'll have to help." Before he joined the fray, he made sure his bags of gold were bound together and tied to the armrests of his chair. When he was satisfied with its security, Zero turned and vaulted over the patio railing, consciously activating his mana and energy efficiency while conjuring a silver mana sword between his hands. By the time Zero closed the short distance to the battle, most of the succubi had already been wiped out, allowing the defending ascendants to close around the portal. "Nice of you to join us," Nala quietly remarked to him as he slinked up next to her. Zero couldn't tell if she was being sarcastic or not. His perfect analysis scanned the other ascendants, counting 2 warriors and 3 healers. "Everyone, be on your guard," Amaya shouted as she vaporized a stray succubus with a blue mass of fiery mana. "The boss might emerge at any second. Champion, I hope you don't get bewitched by this one, too," Afiel said with a wary tone. You know what? I just might if it's the boss of all succubi. Zero shamelessly thought back. Afiel went quiet, much to Zero's relief and amusement. A large shadowy mass suddenly burst out from the portal. Amaya quickly barked out orders, organizing the ascendants into formation. As the shadow flew high up into the air, Zero was able to get a clear view of the succubus boss underneath the moonlight. It was a stunning creature, easily the most beautiful being he'd ever laid eyes upon. Her skin was an ethereal shade of midnight blue, smooth as silk, and seemed to shift and flow with an inner glow. Her hair was a waterfall of pure black, cascading down her back in waves that seemed to defy gravity. Her eyes were the color of the deepest oceans, bottomless pits of desire and seduction. Her slender azure tail swished around hypnotically. Champion! Zero blinked and shook himself out of his stupor. He glanced around, seeing the other ascendants momentarily stunned as well. What a beautiful night, the succubus queen purred, her voice soothing but sinister as she descended. The perfect time for some fun. The succubus queen's gaze scanned the ascendants and fell upon Zero. He could have sworn that for a brief moment, she recoiled from the sight of him. You, she hissed, her voice like the caress of cold iron. You're not like the others. A little on the dull side. Her sapphire eyes narrowed as she focused on him once more. You resisted my sisters. Perhaps you'll prove a worthy conquest, despite your looks. I'm sorry, what? Zero's reply was cut short as a wave of desire crashed over him, making his heart race and his skin tingle. He felt himself struggling to maintain control as his gaze remained locked on the succubus queen. He could feel her presence, her essence, wrapping itself around him like a warm, seductive blanket. However, just as quickly as it came, the intense desire he felt vanished. Zero blinked in surprise as did the succubus queen. How did you break out? Was your appearance able to disperse the magic? The queen whispered, slightly agitated. Now's our chance. Attack. Amaya took charge of the succubus's confusion as she fired blue mana bolts at the queen. The rest of the ascendants followed suit, leaving Zero to process what had just happened. Am I ugly? He wondered dejectedly. Champion, that's not important right now. Focus your efforts on the battle. Afiel jolted Zero out of his self-pity. Ugh, fine. Zero grumbled as he ran up to join the ascendants in fighting the succubus queen. Chapter 12, the date didn't go that badly. Even though he was disheartened, Zero managed to push aside his pride and help the ascendants fight against the succubus queen. The queen had summoned more minions to combat the army as she flew around, lashing out with sharp claws. Zero tried his best not to actually kill any of the succubi as he surveyed the battle, looking for more skills to copy. He managed to copy recovery and inspiration, 2 healer class skills before he found himself fending off 2 succubi. Cursing as one of them slashed his left arm, Zero used recovery to heal himself, then iron skin to fortify his body. Zero. Are you actually killing them? Nala blew up one of the succubi Zero was fighting and stared at him with a slight annoyance. Yeah, I am. Zero lied as he locked onto the remaining succubus heading towards them and fired a mana nuke in her direction. The succubus's scream was cut short from the explosion as Zero made his first kill. Nala shot him a suspicious glance before jumping back into the fray. Zero sighed and turned his attention towards the boss. Amaya and a blonde male warrior were locked in combat against the succubus boss, with another dark-haired male healer supporting them from a safe distance. The succubus queen was quick and agile, easily dodging their attacks. She hissed in annoyance as she slashed at Amaya, who parried each blow with her sword. The warrior was doing his best to keep her attention, but he was quickly tiring. I think they could really use your help. Afiel urged Zero, who grimaced at the thought. He cycled his energy and mana, making sure he had enough in his reserves before making a beeline towards the succubus boss. As Zero caught up, the healer looked relieved and gestured for him to join the fight. The succubus queen growled, sensing another threat. Amaya nodded gratefully at Zero, her expression serious as she focused on the queen. I'll create an opening for you and Jackson to attack. Amaya shouted to him and the warrior next to him as she engulfed her sword in blue mana. She fired off blue fireballs at the succubus as she flashed around, swinging her blade in between the blazing shots. I've got your back. The warrior named Jackson glanced at Zero with a handsome face and nodded reassuringly. Zero had to stop himself from recoiling in annoyance and smiled back awkwardly. As Amaya's barrage continued, Zero took this opportunity to cast recovery on both of them. He then used inspiration to buff their attack and defense stats. Once they were both ready, he cast Shadow Sneak on himself and dashed forward, appearing behind the succubus queen. With a swift motion, he sliced at her tail, causing her to cry out in pain. Pathetic pest! The queen spat, slamming her lightly wounded tail into Zero. He could feel the air wheeze out of his lungs as he was knocked away. After he stopped tumbling, Zero took a moment to get his bearings, swear again, and scrambled to his feet with a win-ce. He was thankful he had activated Iron Skin before fighting, or he might have suffered more than just a bruise to his side. Are you okay? Nala suddenly materialized next to him, looking concerned. Though the moonlight was bright alongside the street lamps, it wasn't enough to see clearly, but Zero swore there was an amused smile on her face. I'm fantastic. Zero growled back. Nala shrugged and dashed forward to help Amaya continue her assault by throwing exploding knives at the succubus queen. His body buzzed with power as Zero activated perfect analysis, searching for any weaknesses or a pattern he could exploit to kill the succubus queen. Nala's throwing knives struck the succubus, causing her to stagger. The warrior, Jackson, dashed forward and delivered a powerful downward slash that sent the queen flying back with a flash of orange light. Amaya followed up with a flurry of mana bolts and slashes, her blue-tinged sword glowing brighter and brighter with each impact. Zero saw his opening and dashed forward, using Shadow Sneak once more to appear behind the succubus. He swung his sword with all his might, cutting deeply into her flesh. The succubus queen shrieked in agony, but Zero didn't let up, placing his palm directly on her rather smooth and soft back. He took a moment to indulge in the feeling of her back before strengthening his resolve. Green mana swirled around his hand as he charged up a mana nuke and let loose, firing it directly into the succubus queen's vulnerable back. Wait, shit! Zero's words were cut off as his nuke exploded with such force that he was launched backwards, his ears deafened from the shockwave. As he flew through the air, he realized that he should have probably fired the nuke from a safer distance. Zero finally hit the asphalt, hard, and tumbled to a stop on his back. Painfully, he turned his head towards the boss monster. The succubus queen collapsed to the ground, a gaping hole where her chest used to be, her body steaming as it dissipated into a cloud of purple mist. There was a moment of silence before Amaya, Nala, and Jackson turned to face Zero, their expressions ranging from shock to annoyance. Zero groaned and rubbed his ears, trying to hear again. He was dimly aware of the other ascendants shouting as they hunted down the stray succubi who were now in disarray. Zero released his energy and mana efficiency as well as his iron skin. Champion, are you okay? Afiel sounded worried. Zero was surprised at how clear she was, though it made sense due to her telepathically communicating with him. Ask me again when I can hear properly. Zero winced as he sat up and casted recovery on himself. What? But I'm speaking directly into your... Ugh, Zero, you could have warned us you were going to do that. We almost got caught in the explosion. Amaya shouted from across the street, glaring at him. What did you say? Zero squinted his eyes at her. His recovery was still working on him. You could have. Oh, never mind. Amaya frowned as she came up to him. You okay? Yeah, Zero made a face as he got up and stretched, his hearing normal again. Though it was a shame his bomber jacket had a large tear, his cut on his arm was completely healed. The rest of his outfit was splattered with sweet-smelling green blood. Just caught off guard. Amazing, Jackson marveled at Zero as he joined the two. You wield a sword really well, and your magic is powerful. What class are you? I'm a healer. Zero replied and pushed past him, leaving Jackson confused without any further explanations. He ignored the other ascendants who were either harvesting items from the slain succubi or checking on the regular civilians, opting to walk directly to the Italian restaurant. The portal had begun to shrink and he could see Nala standing before it, making sure it closed. When he arrived at the restaurant, Zero immediately checked the seat he previously sat in. No. No fucking way. He stared at his mangled seat, a mixture of anger, depression, and disbelief washing over him. There was only one bag of gold intact. The other two bags had been ripped to shreds by what seemed like claw marks, and a few gold coins were strewn around his seat. To Zero, it looked like a succubus had stolen the gold from two of his bags. Oh. Well, at least you still have one bag left. Nala materialized beside him with a consoling look. I'm gonna hunt the succubus that stole my shit. Zero growled as he conjured his mana blade. His anger began to boil over, but then he paused, turning to look at Nala. Wait, what happened to your gold? Nala smiled softly, and with a flick of her hand, a small shadowy mass of purple appeared next to her. As Zero's body buzzed with power, she reached inside the purple mass and pulled out a bag of gold. I have a skill called Shadow Shift. It allows me to store anything within my shadow. It's pretty neat, because it's like a portable safe and basically weightless. I put them in there before we got to this restaurant. I really could have used it earlier. Zero scowled as his sword dissipated. Why didn't you show me that skill? Sorry. Didn't think you needed it. Nala bowed her head apologetically, but Zero caught the mischievous gleam in her eyes. I think she just wanted to watch you lug around those bags of gold. Well, I guess just one bag, now. Yeah, no shit. Zero was about to snap at Nala too, but then Amaya approached them. Before we talk about earlier, I'll cut you a deal. Amaya slipped by Zero and Nala towards the mangled chair. She knelt down and picked up the intact bag of gold and looked back at Zero with a grin. I'll forgive half your debt, and take this bag of gold. How's that sound? Zero opened his mouth and hesitated. That's fine. It took all of his strength not to cry. Thanks. Amaya's smile faded. Now, about what happened earlier. Chapter 13, Dead Week. The drive to Zero's apartment was quiet as Zero zoned out looking through the window. Before getting in the back seat of her car, Amaya had blasted Zero with a cold torrent of water to wash off the blood, then seared his skin with blue flames to dry him off. Although it was understandable that Amaya didn't want Zero to get her seats dirty, he couldn't help but feel like she rather enjoyed tormenting him with the harsh cleaning. At least he was able to copy the water blast and fire blast skills she used. Strangely, Nala decided to tag along as well, sitting in the front seat as she counted her gold. Despite being robbed, Zero managed to scavenge a few coins, slipping them in his newly acquired Shadow Shift. As they pulled up to his apartment, Amaya found a spot in front and parked, turning back to face Zero. Her face was out of reach from the moonlight, making it hard for him to see her expression. So, before I drop you off and go write a report on the outbreak, let's hear what you have to say. Why'd you refuse to participate in the fight? I can understand having a weakness for women. Well, it's a little different for you, but those were succubi. Monsters. Zero hesitated. Well, it's complicated. I was actually in a rush. You see, I had a quest to, He faltered when Nala also turned around to look at him. Ah, fine. Zero cleared his throat. His face and ears were burning with embarrassment. To be honest, I've never had a girlfriend before. There was a brief silence as the words hung in the air. Zero stared at his hands, unable to meet Amaya's gaze. He felt Nala's eyes on him, but he didn't dare look at her. Finally, Amaya let out a soft sigh. Yeah, I figured. It makes sense for women, but thirsting after succubi? Really? Hey, I don't discriminate. Ciro held up his hands defensively as he looked at the both of them. You're actually doubling down. Afiel interjected incredulously. For a moment, the women were quiet. Then, Nala shrugged and turned back around to the front. I think there's something wrong with you. Nala's tone was emotionless. But, you don't seem to be dangerous. Desperate, yes, but not threatening. I accept you for who you are. Oh, thanks. I guess. Ciro glanced quizzically at Amaya. The Ascendant Liaison shook her head in disappointment. While what Nala said is somewhat true. Ciro, you need to do something about that behavior of yours. I'll try, but no guarantees. Amaya's blue eyes pierced through him with a judgmental gaze before she turned back around. Well, it's none of my business. Just try not to act on your urges sometimes. Imagine what could have gone wrong had the succubi been B rank or higher. Right. I'll be more mindful next time. Ciro replied sheepishly as he opened the car door and stepped out. He turned back around. Hey Nala, what are you planning to do? I'm grabbing a drink with Amaya after she finishes her report. The Shade Reaper said as if it was obvious. Oh, okay. Ciro shut the car door but then did a double take. Wait, when the fuck did you guys plan that? We talked about it in the car. We knew you weren't listening. Amaya rolled her window down and smirked at him. See you later. Wait, can I come? Amaya had already pulled out and drove away, leaving Ciro to watch them depart. With a sigh, he trudged back up to his apartment. After he cleaned himself up, Ciro laid on his bed and stared up at his ceiling. Hey, Afiel. Yes, champion. I'm not that ugly, right? Afiel went silent. I mean, I know I'm not particularly handsome or anything, but I can't be that ugly to the point where succubi are turned off by me. Well, Afiel began hesitantly. Succubi also see personality in tandem with physical appearances. So, maybe it's not just your looks, but also your personality? To be honest, I'm not really sure why their charms didn't work. Even someone with a face like yours should still be affected. Ciro grunted disapprovingly. Whatever. He rolled over onto his side and shut his eyes, forcing himself to sleep. Over the next few days, Ciro took on various mercenary jobs with Nala, which included hunting stray monsters, standing in for security, or charity work. Amaya occasionally tagged along, though she joined more so to spend time with Nala afterwards rather than Ciro. He didn't mind, in fact, it helped distract her from reminding Ciro of the debt that he owed her. Besides volunteering for free, which was Nala's idea, Ciro steadily saved gold from the other jobs he took and finally opened up a bank account. Still, even though his income gradually became stable, Ciro still kept an eye out for any stray succubi. The day was warm and sunny as Ciro entered the Mercenary Union building, dropped off by a taxi. The bustling and clamoring of the other mercenaries that had intimidated him before was now a routine ambient noise as Ciro strode up to the task boards where Nala was already standing in front of. Next to her stood a very tall and muscular man in a black suit, with streaks of grey hair. Ciro couldn't help but feel as if he had seen that man before. Hey, Nala. Ciro casually greeted her as he walked up to the pair. He suddenly froze when the pair turned to face him. Ah, we meet again. Gregor Stone grinned when he recognized Ciro. You've already met my daughter. What? Ciro's mind went blank as he shifted his gaze between Nala and Gregor. He noticed that they shared the same violet eyes and honey brown complexion. You guys are related. Yeah, Nala nodded matter-of-factly. Did I not tell you? No. Ciro exclaimed. You pretty much never tell me anything important. Gregor chuckled, reminding Ciro of thunder before a storm. Ah, please excuse her. He placed an affectionate hand on Nala's head. She's always had a habit of keeping stuff to herself if there's no need to share it. Dad, Nala grumbled, shaking off his hand. Stop petting my head like that. I'm not a little girl anymore. Gregor winked at her, seemingly unperturbed. Well, you're still my little girl, no matter how old you get. He turned back to Ciro and clapped him on the shoulder. Anyway, I'm here on business. I heard that you've been doing well for yourself. Oh, yeah. Ciro forced himself not to wince and buckle under the weight of his hand. I've been adjusting pretty quickly the last few days. Is that so? Then, would you be interested in the upcoming Ascendance tournament? Gregor's question took Ciro by surprise. He glanced at Nala, who looked just as confused as he felt. At least, he thought she looked confused. Yeah, sure. Why me? 2 reasons, Gregor grinned. First, I'm very interested in your growth and class. Wouldn't it be a good opportunity to test your strength against other strong ascendants? I'm sure you've been aching for a challenge. Not really, I like lazing around. And second, if you do well, I may approve of this relationship you have with my little girl. Dad. Don't say things out of context. Nala blushed and scowled at her father. Ciro had to admit that it was surprisingly cute and refreshing to see her actually show her expressions. Well, I do think she's pretty. Gregor slung an arm around Ciro's neck and pulled him close. He shifted his weight as he leaned in near Ciro's ear. Are you telling me that my little girl isn't enough motivation to get you to participate? He whispered as Ciro struggled to withstand the weight of his arm. It felt like someone had chained 2 boulders together and dropped them over his shoulders. With all due respect, sir, I am absolutely terrified of answering your question. Gregor suddenly laughed and lifted his arm off of Ciro, who took an involuntary gasp as relief washed over his shoulders. I'm kidding. Of course, I don't want you to feel pressured about participating. And obviously, my little girl is old enough to make her own decisions. Dad, please stop. But, I digress. Ciro, I'm sure you'd find participating to be a worthwhile experience. Come to me when you register for the tournament, and I'll explain more. I'll see you later, sweetheart. The leader of the janitors gave Nala a kiss on the forehead, to which she recoiled, then turned and walked away. Wait, when I register? What does that mean? Ciro called out, but Gregor seemed to not have heard him. Or he did, but chose to ignore him. He turned to Nala with a baffled expression. What the hell was that? Well, he does have a point. You would benefit from joining the tournament. Nala seemed to have regained her indifferent composure as she wiped at her forehead. Aren't you obsessed with copying skills? Yeah, but not when I'm fighting. I'd rather sit down and copy from afar. Aren't you curious to see how you'll match up against other ascendants? Absolutely not. I like it better when I don't get beat up, thanks. Nala made a face. You're really something. Thanks, Ciro gave a half grin. Now, are we gonna do this hunting job or what? The hunt went relatively smoothly as the pair cleared out an abandoned warehouse near the Union that was infested with monstrous rats. Though the pay was low and the task menial, Ciro didn't mind as it gave him some time to think about Gregor's words. I also think it'd be a good opportunity for you, Afiel mused. You've been growing quickly, and you've started to plateau. Wouldn't it be nice to gain more experience along with new skills? Yeah, but here's the thing. Ciro walked alongside Nala as they headed back to the mercenary union after harvesting pelts from the monsters. Say I do join the tournament, and I try my best and do well. I've read enough stories to know that something will happen, and it won't be good. What do you mean by that? Not that I have an inflated ego or anything, but, come on. I'm an ascendant who resurrected a year into the future with a unique class and already grew this much. I've got a big shot who's taken an interest in me and suddenly wants to see me take part in competing against what I assume to be well-known and very strong ascendants. Something is bound to happen. Afiel snorted. You really think something will happen because of your existence? Oh, I know something will happen because of my existence. Ciro grinned to himself as he and Nala entered the mercenary union. In fact, I'm hoping it does. I just pray I don't have to do anything when it comes. So, you have an inflated ego and a wild imagination. You believe that your existence affects the world in the power fantasy you've created for yourself. But you don't want to put in any effort in the event that whatever results from you does occur. Right. You got it. Champion, I don't know whether to be impressed or concerned by your confidence in this. Ciro chuckled to himself as he approached the front desk to confirm the hunting task. As the receptionist logged the confirmation and sent the monetary reward to him and Nala, someone tapped on his shoulders. He turned around to see Amaya, dressed in her usual liaison attire. Oh, hey. Me and Nala just finished, so you can steal her away from me now. Actually, Amaya glanced at Nala, who was checking her phone for the deposit confirmation before she turned back to Ciro. I'm here for you. An immediate smile flashed across Ciro's face. Ah, have you come to confess to me? I'm actually going to stab you, Amaya scowled angrily. No, I'm here to talk to you about the upcoming tournament. Oh. Yeah. I'm assuming Gregor talked to you about it, too. What the Ciro crossed his arms and stared accusingly at Nala. Wait, have you told her Gregor's your dad? Yeah? It was around the first time we met. Nala replied nonchalantly. Ciro, focus. Amaya waved a hand in front of him. Nala, I think you should hear what I have to say too. Not here though, let's head to somewhere private. Unexpectedly, the three of them ended up at Ciro's apartment. This is not what I expected. Amaya gazed around his room with a slight look of awe. Ciro had added a few additions to his cramped living space with the money he'd been earning, such as a small desk and a table lamp. A candle burned softly in the corner of his desk, filling the room with a sweet and comforting scent. Ciro's clothes were neatly folded and tucked away in his dresser. His bathroom had been scrubbed clean, and various pots and pans were stacked and organized atop his kitchenette. Ciro had even upgraded his bed that Nala sat cross-legged upon, adding a comforter and soft pillows. The dingy curtains that were there when he first moved in had been replaced by sleek blackout curtains. Compared to the first night Ciro spent in his apartment, it was now unrecognizable and cozy. Why? You think I'd be more sloppy? Ciro frowned as he pulled out the chair from his desk and sat backwards on it. No, just, well, kind of. Amaya began to take in the cleanliness of his room and sat on the edge of his bed next to Nala. I also did. The Shade Reaper chimed in bluntly. But, I like how comfy your room is. Right. Ciro grinned as he leaned forward on the back of the chair. It's not much, but it's perfect to lounge around in for now. Anyway, Amaya became serious. Let's cut to the chase. Ciro, we need you to participate in the tournament. Ciro sucked in a breath through his teeth and let it out slowly. Okay. Amaya blinked in surprise. Wait, really? I thought you'd be more opposed, considering, well, what made you change your mind? Ciro's eyes gleamed evilly. It's not hard to figure out that I have an important role. Having a powerful person such as Gregor as well as a beautiful liaison like you pushing this tournament on me? Something's expected to happen, right? And it won't happen unless I participate. The Ascendant liaison flinched. Well, we're hoping it doesn't but... Ciro cackled in his thoughts, knowing his previous words were just proven right in front of Afiel. Even though there was a very good chance he may have to put in work, Ciro had already begun to plan to negotiate a hefty reward for his cooperation. The janitors and the Special Protections Division of the Ascendants Association have joined forces due to a confidential report. There has been word in the underworld that this tournament will be the catalyst towards sacrificing tributes to bring over a catastrophe. Ciro stiffened as his thoughts derailed. Wait, say that again. Amaya buried her face in her hands and took a deep breath before she lifted her head to stare directly into his red eyes. Zero. Because you suddenly appeared out of nowhere, no one will know who you are. That's why we need you to participate in the tournament, because there is a good chance one of the participants is part of an organization that will kill the other participants to invoke a catastrophe. She gave him a humorless smile. You're our bait. Chapter 14, Hardcore Prepping. Well, technically this didn't happen because of you. Afiel remarked. No, yeah, I got that. Sarcasm laced his thoughts. But, this situation only happened because I'm here. Truth to be told, the association and I wouldn't have chosen you to help with this plan, Amaya chewed on the nail of her thumb. But Gregor pushed heavily for you to be involved. Ever since the first Ascendance tournament half a year ago, there's been a sinister organization that call themselves the Culling. They rose up when the global rankings of the S-ranks came out and began to spread terrorism worldwide to both hemispheres. Ah. Zero faintly recalled learning about the changed geography of the world. Amaya had informed him that the apocalypse a year ago had drastically altered the Earth, causing the land to merge into two massive continents. The Western Hemisphere was where he resided, and the Eastern Hemisphere was a day's flight away. Through their violent and cruel slaughtering of Ascendants and non-Ascendants, the organization's goal is to ultimately summon what they call a catastrophe. These catastrophes were rumored to be incredibly strong beings from another world, but as of now, there are no records of these beings actually existing. Amaya looked at Zero to make sure he was paying attention. We haven't had too many problems with the Culling interfering in the Ascendance tournaments or other related events, but a few weeks ago, one of our informants caught wind of a plan to somehow use the tournament participants as tributes. Okay, so. Zero held up a hand. You want me to risk my life by joining an event that murderers might also be taking part in? Are there no other Ascendants that could do this? Amaya gave a strained smile. Legally, any division member of the Ascendants Association must declare their affiliation, so that would cause their organization to be on high alert. The janitors can't participate either, since that branch only has 7 members. Plus, with their low numbers, it's much more efficient to have them on the sidelines. Wait, there's only 7. Zero glanced at Nala, who shook her head. I'm not a member, if that's what you're wondering. The janitors are also all S ranks. Nala said flatly. Not that I want to be a member. I prefer being my own boss, remember? I'd rather not be known as the boss's daughter in his branch. Right. Zero turned back to Amaya. So, there's really no other person who could take my place? What about Raoul, or Kana? Funny you should mention them, the Ascendant liaison chuckled. They're already participating. Raoul is especially excited at the chance to fight you. Zero made a disapproving face at the mention of his name. Okay, so they know about all of this too, then. No. You will be the only participant in the loop. The rest cannot know because who could tell how they'll react. I can guarantee Raoul would hunt down the Culling members himself and cause more trouble. Amaya crossed her legs and leaned forward. Believe me, I'm not a fan of this plan either, but you are the only outlier here. You're not that widely known yet, and your class enables you to adapt to anything. Zero went quiet for a moment, weighing his options. On one hand, it would be a fantastic opportunity for him to copy powerful skills and possibly win some money. On the other hand, he'd have to work and there was a very real risk of him getting caught and killed. He'd already died once and he wasn't very keen on dying again. What would I get in return? Besides copying a lot of skills? I'll forgive your debt, and throw in 250,000 of gold. Zero choked and began to salivate as a wicked smile bloomed across his face. You think I can be bought off? He managed to stifle his excitement and wipe off his smirk. Relocation. I'll set you up in a 5-star suite penthouse. How much is the success of this operation worth to you? Zero began to sweat, feeling himself succumb to Amaya's offer. Thoughts of luxury flooded his mind. It is incredibly important, considering it would potentially save lives as well as the chance to catch culling members for interrogation. Amaya leaned closer to Ciro, sensing his will wavering. Nala watched the pair with a hint of amusement. Then the deal doesn't seem fair. Your meals will be paid by the association for a full month. I'll do it. Ciro quickly extended his hand. Amaya shook it with a smile. I'll get started with fulfilling my half of the deal. In the meantime, the tournament is scheduled to start on the last weekend this June, so in 2 weeks. Make sure you're prepared. She stood up, stretching her arms above her head. Don't worry, I'll figure something out, Ciro assured Amaya. So, the other ascendants don't know about this? Nope. Just the janitors and the Special Protections Division. You're part of that division, too. Well, originally I was interested in joining their division, but I opted to go into the liaison division instead, Amaya made a face. Anyways, since I've had the most contact with you, they decided to have me mediate instead. Oh, okay. So, how am I supposed to enter the tournament? Just show up at the arena. Ciro asked. You can register at the association, or online. Just provide your ID as proof. Got it. Ciro nodded, then glanced at Nala. Are you participating, too? No. I'm more interested in watching how you'll fail, how you'll do. Nala looked up from her phone. Ciro couldn't tell if she was smirking or not. Then I hope I can give you a good show. He flashed a defiant toothy smile. Ciro's phone started to buzz. Surprised, he took it out and squinted at the screen, which displayed an unknown number. Shooting a confused glance at the women, Ciro picked up the call. Hello. Ah, Ciro. A familiar, thundering voice responded. He immediately looked to Nala, who was now clearly smirking. Is this Gregor? Indeed, Gregor chuckled from the other line. I heard that you've decided to participate in the tournament. Ciro was about to ask how he knew, but quickly surmised that Nala must have texted him. Yeah. Gregor chuckled again. Well, I just wanted to wish you luck. You'll need it. Or, if you want some help, I could also do that for you. The cogs in Ciro's mind began to spin. He swallowed hard. Help as in, you'll show me your skills. I have matters to attend to today, but come find me at the Union tomorrow. 12 sharp. Gregor sounded amused and hung up. Ciro found it hard to contain his excitement, even despite Gregor's vague answer. Judging by the look on your face, I'm assuming that was Gregor. Amaya offered a hand to Nala, who took it and climbed off Ciro's bed. Yeah. Wait, are you two going somewhere? We're going out to lunch together. Nala had a ghost of a smile on her face. Can I? No. Amaya stopped him with a hand. Us girls need a break from you every now and then. Ciro grumbled, but didn't press any further. He watched them leave his apartment before he flopped onto his bed. Hey, I feel. No answer. Don't tell me you need a break from me, too. Well, I feel finally responded. Sometimes it's healthy to have some time to yourself. Okay, fine, I get it. Ciro sat up with a scowl. It sucked that he had to wait until tomorrow to copy Gregor's skills, and it didn't help that his only two friends alongside even his goddess were reluctant to hang out with him. A slight panic began to fester within him as he realized he might become bored soon if there was nothing to do. Which, now that he thought about it, was contradictory to his previous wishes of wanting to live a lazy life. He couldn't quite put a finger on it, but he wanted someone to simply spend time with him doing nothing. Ciro sighed and shook himself out of his thoughts. The pressure started to creep over him as it sank into his mind that he needed to prepare for the tournament. Not just because he needed to do well, but in the event that something went wrong, he would need to survive as well. He couldn't believe it himself, but the best idea that popped into his head was to go to the association library after registering. This is nice, Amaya smiled, taking a bite out of her strawberry ice cream sundae. Not having to deal with him right now. He'd be so hurt if he heard you say that. Nala replied with a slight smile as she dug into her second chocolate cheesecake. Yeah, but he'd forget about it the moment a woman walks by. But, enough about him. Have you thought about my offer? The Ascendant Liaison set her spoon down. Nala swallowed before responding. I will say, it is very tempting. Of course. Underneath the Intelligence and Espionage Division, you'd be the leader of your own team. Your skills and experience are some of the best I've ever seen. We only have 3 other teams, but they're not very strong in infiltration like you can be. Thanks. But, I'd still have to report to someone higher up, won't I? Amaya made a face. Unfortunately, yeah. I know you don't like to be ordered around, but maybe we could find a compromise. Sure. The Shade Reaper nodded emotionlessly. I'll join under the 2 conditions I set. Your team is contract-based and you don't have to follow orders outside commissioned operations, right? Yeah. Nala somehow finished her cheesecake and looked around for their waiter to order a third. You're not wanting to negotiate pay or anything like that. Not that I personally think it's an issue, because the salary is pretty nice. No, the Shade Reaper started to show signs of irritation when she couldn't spot their waiter. Just those 2 conditions. It's a little out of the norm to have a team be contract-based under a division, but I'll try my best to see what I can work out. Amaya checked the time on her phone. I have time after lunch. Do you want to do something? Maybe check out the roster for the tournament participants? Okay, Nala finally waved over their waiter. Should we invite Zero? I'd rather not, but if you want to, you can. Sometimes he's funny. Nala shot a quick text on her phone before turning to their waiter. In what way? Amaya muttered to herself, baffled. Chapter 15, Study Guide to Survival. A little while after Nala finished her 5th cheesecake, the 2 began to walk over to the Ascendance Association building. Weird. Zero hasn't texted back where he's at. Nala murmured as she glanced at her phone. Maybe he's taking a nap, Amaya suggested. He does seem pretty tired these days. The 2 of them continued their walk in silence until they reached the association building. As they entered, they could feel the tension in the air. Everyone was talking about the tournament, preparing, and making last-minute bets. Oh? There's 3 S ranks participating this time. Amaya quickly scanned through the list displayed on one of the main TVs in the center. Majority are A ranks, and a couple of B ranks. She smiled fondly as she recognized some of the names she had helped as their liaison. Hey, Zero's on there. Nala pointed his name out. They did not use a flattering picture of him. Amaya laughed, but then a few names caught her attention. Her laughter died as she narrowed her eyes. I don't recognize these names. She quickly scanned their information. All A ranks, unaffiliated with any guilds, and unregistered with the Mercenary Union. 1 male, 3 females. You think it might be them? Nala asked quietly. 4 ascendants with no connections? It's suspicious, but not unheard of. Amaya murmured as she snapped photos of them. Nala's phone buzzed and the Shade Reaper glanced at it. She turned to Amaya with a surprised expression. What? He's in the library. Deeply absorbed in the book he was reading, Zero didn't notice the 2 women walking up to him. Oh my god, Nala, he's actually reading. Startled, Zero glanced up to see Amaya and Nala staring at him with varying levels of shock. Oh, you guys are here. What's up? He set the book down. What were you reading? Nala's eyes schemed over the litter of books sprawled across the table. Fuck if I know. Zero shut the book. Introduction to Quantum Theory. Amaya raised an eyebrow. Why are you reading that? Zero shrugged. I used to study multiple engineering branches when I was in college. Wanted to see if I could understand other sciences. The women were silent for a moment. You studied multiple engineering paths. Amaya was dumbfounded. Yet. Zero grimaced. I couldn't choose one, so I bounced around a lot. Didn't help my debt, but I guess I don't have to worry about that anymore. Nala took a seat across from Zero. That's cool. She seemed to have recovered from her shock. But, why are you here? Yet, we thought you were napping or something. Amaya sat next to her. Well, I got bored, so I decided, hey, why not register? And then I saw the library and thought, hey, why don't I use my skills like a real scholar? He lied as he scratched the back of his head. Nala pulled the book Zero was reading and cracked it open to a random page. What are two major interpretations of quantum theory? In regards to the implications for nature of reality, the Copenhagen interpretation and the many worlds theory are two examples. The Copenhagen interpretation can be further illustrated by Schrödinger's cat, whereas many worlds theory, otherwise known as multiverse theory, explains that when any object exists in any state, the universe of that object creates parallel universes equal to the number of that object's possible state. Zero's perfect recall worked overtime as he was faintly surprised his perfect analysis allowed him to understand it immediately. There was silence once again. Nala closed the book softly, and pushed it back towards Zero. You're a very interesting person. I know. Zero glanced at Amaya, who was still having trouble processing everything. Why are you surprised? Even if I hadn't told you about myself, my class skills should be able to do this much. No, I never thought I'd see you in a library. She finally sat down. If I had these skills earlier, maybe I wouldn't have dropped out. Zero cracked his neck. What's in the past doesn't matter now. So, what are y'all doing here? Well, we came to see the participants list for the tournament, figure out any clues. Amaya began. I guess I can fill you in. Zero's eyes slowly glazed over as Amaya ran through the list until she got to the 4 suspects. These ascendants registered without a guild or union membership. It's not exactly uncommon for ascendants to go completely unaffiliated, but it does provide some grounds for suspicion. Amaya explained. She pulled up the photos she took earlier. Pierce Roy, Brawler class. Esther Pines, Raider, subclassed Thief. Minnie Stout, Sharpshooter, subclassed Archer. Melissa Holden, Exorcist, subclassed Mage. They're all A rank. Zero grunted as he looked at the blurry pictures. You couldn't have taken clearer photos. The Ascendant liaison blushed. Hey, I'm not very good at taking them. Plus, the TV screen was bright so it affected the quality. Sure. Cyril leaned back. So, these are the ones we're keeping an eye on. Yet. There's a chance none of them are undercover, but we can't rule them out until we know for certain. I've already sent the information over to the Special Protections Division so they can run background checks. Zero drummed his fingers on the table. Strangely, he couldn't shake the feeling that all 4 suspects weren't involved at all. Anyways, that's all we know about them for now. Do you want to know about the S ranks? A wicked gleam flashed in Zero's eyes as he leaned forward. Of course. Well, you remember Raoul, right? He recently got promoted to S rank. Oh, damn. Zero thought back to when he received Raul's lesson. It did seem like he was holding back during their sparring session. He's that strong. Very, Amaya smiled. And even though he's a close friend, I have to admit, the other 2 are much stronger in comparison. She swiped on her phone screen, displaying a headshot of a serious-looking woman. She had unblemished fair skin and brown eyes were sharp and piercing, giving Zero the sense that she wasn't a very friendly person. She had a defined jawline, and curled black hair that fell to her shoulders. She's cute. Her name is Elena Hale, an S-rank scale tamer. Amaya ignored his comment. She's widely known for her specialty in commanding reptilian familiars as well as her incredibly quick advancement from the summoner base class. In fact, she's one of the first ascendants to advance. I met her once a few months ago during an A-rank outbreak. She took control of the situation and easily overwhelmed the invasion with her summons. Nala seemed excited about her. She only said what needed to be done and pretty much eliminated any risk of casualties. Wow. Zero said, trying to imagine what it would be like to fight alongside someone like that. He glanced at Amaya, who seemed equally enthralled. What about the other one? Another swipe of the screen and Zero was looking at a photo of a man. He had short, strikingly white hair that was neatly trimmed and combed. His eyes were a sharp red, much more vivid than Zero's. He faintly reminded him of a vampire. This is Liam. Not much is known about his past, but he emerged as one of the very first few S-rank demons. Amaya shivered. He's by no means a bad person, but there's just always been a bad reputation for demon classes. Because they often have evil personalities or traits that resulted in them ascending as such. Zero finished. Yeah, that's wow, you remembered. Amaya was taken aback. But yeah, if not for that, then it's something else that's morally questionable. Zero thought to himself. So, these two are much stronger than Raoul. Amaya nodded. Honestly, I doubt you'll even face any of these three since you're ranked much lower on the roster, so you'll be facing off against similarly strong ascendants. She leaned forward. It's not important that you win the entire tournament. It's important that you stay in as long as possible so that we can determine if the culling has infiltrated or not. Right. Zero sighed and leaned his chair back. At least I'm getting a huge reward from this. Amaya smiled. Yes, you are. For making it past the first round, you'll be getting 5,000 gold. That's more than you'll earn in a month of being an A rank. And if you manage to make it past the second round, it's 100,000 gold. Zero's chair slammed back down with a thundering boom, causing many of the other members in the library to stare at them. 100,000 gold. Zero wheezed with a demented hunger in his eyes. Yeah, Amaya recoiled. But don't get too ahead of yourself. Your primary goal is to hold out for as long as possible so that we can investigate. Zero nodded, trying to calm himself. Right. I won't get greedy. He glanced at the photo of Elena Hale. Though it would be cool to copy her skills. Maybe I'll be lucky enough to face her in the later rounds. Nala snorted. I'd be your servant for a week if you manage to do that. Oh. Zero suddenly looked at Nala with a sinister smile. Want to bet? The Shade Reaper shifted uncomfortably, suddenly regretting her words. Well, only if you manage to get her autograph, too. Deal. But, if you don't, then you'll be my servant for a week. Nala quickly added. I see no losses for me. Okay. Amaya held a hand out between Zero and Nala. Let's stay on track. Zero, make sure you're prepared, okay? We're counting on you to last in the tournament and see if you can glean any clues from the suspects. Fine, fine. Zero licked his lips. Amaya stood up, Nala following suit. Okay, now that that's done, I have to get back to work. What are you guys planning to do today? I'm going to the orphanage to see if they need any more help. Maybe just play with the kids. Nala replied, glancing at Zero with an inquisitive look. I'll stay here. He pulled over a laptop he had rented out and opened it. I need to do some research. Both women looked surprised. What? I need to see what Elena looks like. Among other things. Amaya groaned and hung her head. Chapter 16. A brief respite. Night had fallen by the time Zero returned to his apartment. He had spent the entire later half of the day looking up information on Elena Hale as well as reading through various books in between breaks. Champion. Oh, shit. Zero almost dropped his key to his apartment. Phil, where have you been all this time? I was at the council meeting. What? Zero closed the door behind him and flipped the lights on. Oh, apologies. I attended a meeting with the other gods and goddesses to discuss the upcoming champion tournament. Well, it was a discussion until some of the other gods began to bicker with one another over which of their champions would win. You guys have meetings like that? Zero began to strip his clothes off, throwing them into a basket before he headed to his bathroom. I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. By the way, I have another thing I want to ask you. Yes. Phil squeaked out suddenly. Well, Zero paused at the shift in her tone, beginning to realize something. Well, now I have two things I want to ask. First, why do you refer to me as your champion? Oh, that's because we select you to represent us. And, as our representatives, you essentially spread our influence. We expect you to conquer and overcome whatever is thrown your way. You are our hope of victory. Phil sounded more and more flustered. I don't exactly get it, but I can see where you're getting it. Zero turned on the shower and sighed with relief as the warm water washed over his body. So, the second thing is, can you see my body right now? There was a long pause before Phil answered. Yeah. I can see everything. Like what you see? Zero grinned boldly as he switched to his thoughts. Phil squeaked out a reply, her voice barely audible over the sound of the running water. I don't want to be rude or anything, but I think it's better if I don't comment on that. I think not replying is more rude, Zero grumbled in his thoughts. But, anyway, so you can see me at all times. No. Not all the time. Phil seemed to have recovered somewhat as the rising steam obscured parts of Zero's body. I can only do so when we maintain a mutual connection like we are now. I can view you as you are as well as see what you see through your eyes. Hey. That's kind of creepy. Zero admitted. But, it's cool. I guess it's part of the deal, hey. I cannot speak for others, but I'd rather not establish connections while you are unpresentable. Can you not just look away? When we establish a connection, I have to envision you in order to communicate. Oh. Zero scrubbed his body with soap. That's kinda unfortunate for you. I just have to imagine some aspect of you to communicate. Of course. It's easier for champions because of the difference in status. Mortals only need to concentrate on a portion of our divinity while we have to remember the entirety of our worship our champions since you all do not appear distinct amongst yourselves. So high and mighty. Zero muttered. I guess you want to stop looking at me now, hey. I apologize if I've made you feel uncomfortable. Phil said weakly. It's just that I never really had any experience with this. It's all good. Zero turned off the water. I never had experience with this, either. After he dried off and covered himself, Zero relaxed in his bed, staring up at the ceiling. Phil. Do you have any goals or dreams of your own? Like, as a goddess, is there anything you haven't achieved yet? Well. Phil hesitated, clearly taken aback by the question. I've always wanted to have more followers. You see, there are gods and goddesses that have entire pantheons of deities at their command, while I'm not so fortunate. Some deities are simply more popular than others. I've tried to attract more worship, but it hasn't been easy. I suppose that's why I'm so invested in your success. I hope that by association, some of your fame might rub off on me as well. Oh. How old are you? As gods and goddesses go, I'm still considered quite young. I've only been worshipped for a little over 1,000 years. But the competition for followers is fierce, and time passes swiftly when you're trying to make a name for yourself. Have you ever had a large following? For a moment, Afiel didn't reply. Ciro wondered if it was a sensitive topic for her. No, she finally spoke with a heavy undertone. I've always served as a guide to other major gods and goddesses. I guess you could say that those with the same status as me could be considered what you know as angels. Really? That's interesting. The pair grew quiet, the ticking of Ciro's clock prominent. Ciro mulled over everything Afiel said, and finally sighed. Well, I don't know how, but I'll make you stand out in front of the other gods, he declared with a smirk. Champion. Afiel began, her voice uncertain. I appreciate your support, but I don't want you to feel pressured to do anything you don't want to do. That'd be a first, Ciro sarcastically replied. But, I want to do it. I can sorta relate to you. The whole, wanting to be recognized thing. Thank you. Afiel said softly. Ciro grunted in response. Good night, champion. Night, Afiel. The next morning, Ciro eagerly got ready and headed to the association building early. He couldn't wait to get his hands on Gregor's skills, whatever they may be. The prospect of adding S-rank skills to his arsenal was pretty much the only thing on his mind. As he entered the building and headed to the liaison office, Ciro's phone buzzed. The fuck? What does she mean by good luck? He muttered to himself as he read Nala's message. He slipped his phone back into his pocket as he walked into the office, looking for Amaya. He spotted her at her desk, typing away on her computer. Hey, Ciro greeted as he sat down in front of her. I know I'm early, but I'm too excited. I can see that. Amaya kept her eyes on her screen. What are you going to do for an hour? Ciro shrugged. I dunno. Just hang out, I guess. He glanced around the room, noticing that it was quieter than usual. Where's everyone else? It gets slow during the morning. You'd be surprised at how many ascendants aren't early risers. Besides, with the upcoming tournament, most of them are probably getting ready. Last-minute training before they register, setting up recruitment stands, organizing merchandise, all that stuff. Amaya replied absent-mindedly. Are you going to do anything with your guild? The Ascendant liaison stopped typing and glanced at Ciro. Right. Taking a break. Ciro grinned sheepishly. Amaya rolled her eyes and went back to her computer. Well, it's not like I don't keep in touch. I just don't participate in guild activities. She grabbed a folder and pulled out some documents, glancing at the papers before she entered the information. At first, I avoided the guild because it brought up some painful memories, but now I'm too swamped and preoccupied with work as a liaison to come back. Ciro fiddled with a pen on her desk. If you had the chance, would you go back? Amaya paused and closed her eyes, rubbing the bridge of her nose with a sigh. I don't know. Why are you asking so many questions? My bad, Ciro dropped the pen on the floor. I'm just trying to pass the time by getting to know you more. We can do that when I'm not working, Amaya snapped, but then took a deep breath as her shoulders dropped. Sorry, Ciro. I'm just really stressed out and have a lot of work to do on top of the investigation. Would you mind giving me around 20 minutes? We can talk more on the drive to the Union. Sure. Ciro leaned back and pulled out his phone, keeping himself entertained by reading news of the upcoming tournament. Chapter 17, Substitute Teacher. Ciro licked his lips as Amaya began to drive them to the Union. It was almost time for him to finally acquire his first S-rank skills, whatever they may be. Is there anything else you'd want to ask? Amaya glanced at him as they stopped at a light. Oh, yeah. Ciro shook himself out of his thoughts. What are some of your goals and dreams? What? Amaya was taken aback. Oh, I guess one of the most important goals to me right now is to get rid of the culling. Until they are gone and the safety of the people can be protected, I don't think I can focus on anything else. Gotcha. Ciro nodded slowly. So I gotta make sure I do my part. Yeah, the liaison looked at him out of the corner of her eye. What's up with you? Ever since you agreed to this, you've been acting, not like yourself. Ciro opened his mouth and hesitated. Truthfully, he was excited to see and copy more skills along with the potential gold rewards if he performed well. But there was also a part of him that felt pressured, the same feeling that had plagued him throughout his time at university. Honestly, Ciro was scared that he wouldn't be able to pull his weight and let everyone down again. I was just curious, he lied. The world changed in a short year, and I was just thinking about if people's dreams and goals changed too. Amaya didn't reply, giving him another side eye. Ciro got the feeling that she didn't believe him. Is that why you asked me about mine? Afiel asked. Something like that, yeah. After a few minutes, Amaya cleared her throat. What about your parents? Ciro's face darkened. That's none of your. He stopped himself after he remembered how Amaya had opened up to him, albeit slightly. Sorry. My mom died before I graduated high school, and my dad, we're not on good terms after I told him I was dropping out of college. Oh. I'm sorry for your loss. Amaya quietly said. Thanks. I guess that's something we have in common. Ciro tried to sound positive. Yeah, but, you don't talk to your dad at all. Not since we had that fight when I told him I was dropping out. Ciro made a face as he recalled the memory. He couldn't understand why I was dropping out since he worked so hard to pay for me to attend. I told him I refused to waste his money because I couldn't follow through with any of my majors and wanted to work to pay off my debts to him and the university. He threatened to kick me out if I dropped because he didn't care about the cost if it meant I'd be able to graduate. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. I didn't want him to spend the rest of his life working off a debt that I owed, so I dropped out, left home, and cut off all contact. I send him a portion of my paychecks every time I get them, as a way of slowly returning the money he wasted on me. Amaya shifted in her seat, seemingly unsure of what to say. Anyways, Ciro pulled out his phone. I think his bank account changed since the apocalypse, so I'll have to find his new one later. I'll help you. Thanks. Ciro put his phone away and looked over at Amaya. By the way, you're looking great today. Amaya immediately scowled, but he could tell that she seemed relieved to hear him say that. The two of them were in a much better mood as they pulled up to the mercenary union. As Ciro hopped out of Amaya's car, he turned back to her. Thanks for the ride. He winked. Don't mention it, she wrinkled her nose. Shoot me a text after you're done. I'll pick you up after my shift. Will do. He had barely shut the door before Amaya quickly pulled out and drove away. Ciro smirked as he turned and headed into the building, feeling a mixture of excitement and nervousness. As he entered, Ciro immediately scanned around the lobby to see if Gregor was there. Even though he had arrived a little before 12, Ciro couldn't help but feel as if the janitor's leader had already got there. Skirting around the crowd that obstructed the center of the lobby, Ciro glanced over at the reception desk behind them to see any signs of Gregor. Fuck. Ciro muttered when he finally gave up after determining that he wasn't there. He took a seat on one of the couches in the lounge area nearby. Are you that excited for his skills? Day. I wanna know what Gregor's class is, and copy those S-rank skills that apparently puts him in the top 10 around the world. Do you think that would make you an S-rank? Afiel sounded a little confused. Sorta. I mean, I've come to terms that skills aren't everything, but I'm pretty sure that they can damn well boost my strength a lot. Ciro licked his lips. Still, I'm also interested in what kind of person he is. Like, how he managed to get to S-rank. I'm sure there's a story behind it. He glanced at the time on his phone. It was now 12. Ciro eagerly glanced around to see if Gregor would be walking in through the front door. Ah, you're right on time. Ciro jumped, almost falling out of his seat as he whirled around. Behind him stood Gregor and an unfamiliar man. God, you scared me. Zero stood up and composed himself. I mean, yes sir. I am ready for whatever you're gonna throw at me. So, this is the unique class you were talking about, boss. The pale-skinned man next to Gregor spoke up, giving Zero an unimpressed look. Something about the man seemed familiar. He was about an inch shorter than Gregor, but still towered over Zero. He wore a similar black suit like Gregor's, but the collar of his white dress shirt was unbuttoned, and the cuffs of his slacks were rolled above his ankles. His hair was white and slicked back and his eyes were a striking red. Black tribal tattoos adorned his neck and disappeared down his shirt. Hi. I'm Zero. He hesitantly extended his hand towards the man. Enzo. The man replied evenly, keeping his hands in his pockets. Yeah, he's gonna need a lot of work. Enzo glanced at Gregor. Well, hopefully you'll be able to teach him well, Gregor chuckled, seemingly unfazed by Enzo's disapproving attitude towards Zero. He's an integral part of the operation, after all. Wait, Zero shifted his eyes between the two men. You're not the one teaching me. Unfortunately not, Gregor smiled apologetically. I have too much work to do before the tournament. But, Enzo here will do an adequate job of training you. Zero flicked his gaze towards Enzo, hiding his disappointment. Oh? Are you thinking that I'm not worth your time? Enzo scowled as he stepped up to Zero, seemingly noticing his displeasure. And no, I just thought Gregor would be the one training me. I'm sure you'll be a good teacher, too. Zero quickly tried to appease the man. Look at that. He's quick to change his tune. Enzo scoffed to Gregor. Zero could feel himself liking Enzo less and less. Gregor smiled with amusement as he clapped a hand onto Enzo's shoulders. Don't be like that. Give him a chance, I'm sure he'll surprise you. Whatever you say, boss. Gregor turned to Zero. I know you must feel a little confused, but trust me. Enzo here is an S rank as well, and I have full faith in his strength. You will definitely gain something from his training. The leader of the janitors nodded to the both of them before he walked away. Good luck, Zero. After he left, Zero shifted awkwardly under Enzo's gaze. So. You the scholar, right? Oh, why yet? Zero stammered. He really didn't want to interact with this man, and he got the feeling Enzo shared the sentiment. All right, Enzo sighed as he pulled his hands out of his pockets, showing off more tribal tattoos. Let's see what that old man was talking about. In a split second, Enzo's eyes glowed red with mana, and Zero felt himself being pulled somewhere. When he registered what had just happened, Zero found himself in an arid desert, surrounded by nothing but sand. The weather was strangely warm and bearable, despite the blazing sun overhead. Enzo stood in front of him with a bored expression. Welcome to my sponsor's personal space. Blah, 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 this space is completely safe and whatever. Enzo half-heartedly explained. He slipped his hands into his pockets once more. Well, show me what you've got. What? Zero blinked in confusion. He was still trying to process the change of environment. Come at me with everything you got, Enzo let out an exasperated sigh. I gotta see where you're at if I'm gonna train you. Zero quickly shook himself and gathered his concentration. He cycled his energy and mana efficiency as well as casting Iron Skin. Green mana swirled around his hands as Zero conjured his sword. Don't hold back. Enzo yawned. I'm serious. A rising irritation grew within Zero as he crouched down. Enzo's attitude was getting on his nerves, reminding him of some past memories he didn't want to particularly remember. Champion. Afiel sounded worried. He said not to hold back. Zero thought back as he launched himself forward. He fired a couple of monorail guns, followed by his newly acquired Fire Blast. To his utter shock, Enzo easily dodged the railguns, moving his body with minimal effort. He then dug his dress shoe into the sand and kicked upwards, sending a giant wave of sand that clashed and extinguished the fire blast. Zero wasn't done yet. With his perfect analysis, he immediately dissolved into shadows, rematerializing behind Enzo as the sand cleared. Zero held out his hand and fired a mana nuke towards Enzo's back. With inhuman speed and strength, Enzo spun around with a roundhouse kick, connecting with the nuke and sending it flying off to the side. As the nuke exploded in the distance, Zero couldn't believe that his perfect analysis told him that Enzo was not using any skills. It was even worse that it told him Enzo had no weaknesses. Shaken, but still determined, Zero quickly threw mana knives and detonated them. In the back of his mind, he felt a slight sense of worry that he may have harmed him, but Zero pressed on, firing railguns in the cloud of green mana and sand. Finally, Zero finished up with a mana nuke, careful to cut back on the power in the off chance that Enzo couldn't handle the attack. The nuke disappeared into the smoke screen and in a split second, screeched right back towards Zero. Oh, shit, he barely managed to shift into shadows as the nuke whizzed through his dark mass harmlessly. Rematerializing, Zero prepared to fire more mana nukes into the dispersing smoke screen. My turn. Enzo suddenly appeared before Zero's eyes, his fist out from his pockets and cocked back. Before he could even react, Enzo sent a wicked right hook to Zero's jaw, sending him flying through the air. Zero registered the sheer strength behind Enzo's punch as he skidded across the ground painfully. Are you okay? For a while, Zero remained on the sand in disbelief. Enzo wasn't joking about holding back, and he realized he should have been more alert. He began to notice the overwhelming pain on his jaw, and he quickly casted recovery on himself. He hadn't realized that his entire body was burning with agony. Holy shit, I feel. People like him exist. Two things, Zero heard Enzo's voice approaching. First, you are terrible at fighting, but at least you got the technical skills down. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Enzo's dress shoes stop near his head, then Enzo himself crouching down. Second, I told you not to hold back. Chapter 18, Supplemental Materials. God damn. Zero muttered to himself, still laying on the sand. How strong are you? Enzo smirked as he stood up. You noticed. Zero winced as he sat up, checking his body. His recovery was still working, but Enzo's singular attack interrupted both his efficiency cycles and his iron skin. On top of that, Enzo seemed to have done it with pure, raw strength, no energy efficiency included. Yet, one of my skills informed me that it was just your own strength. Guess there's some merit to what that old man was saying. Enzo gazed down upon him. So, can you really copy anything you see? Pretty much. Zero got up and dusted himself off. Even if some skills require certain passives. Passives? Enzo frowned at him. Don't tell me you don't know what those are. I don't. Zero recalled something. Oh, I remember that testing orb saying mine was rationality and influence. Enzo regarded Zero for a moment. Rationality, I assume, is something similar to logic-based passives. Old man guessed it helps your reasoning stay intact and protects you from mental attacks. But, I'm not sure what influence does. Oh, influence allows you to... Wait, Zero raised his hand, cutting a feel off. What are passives? Are they like abilities in a game? Ugh, he told me you were revived earlier this month, so that's why you don't know anything, Enzo sighed to himself. Yet, passives are the opposite of skills. They usually don't require mana or for you to activate or cast them. They work in the background at all times unless you suppress it yourself. Oh. Zero slowly understood. So, rationality could be like me calming myself down and thinking things through. Obviously. Enzo stopped himself. I'm not gonna act like I know everything your passives do for you, it's just something you're gonna have to figure out yourself. Champion, I can explain them further later. Thanks. Zero felt a rare sense of gratitude for the goddess. Run your skills by me. Your base ones. Zero hesitated, but then gave a brief explanation of his perfect copy, recall, and analysis. That's interesting. Enzo murmured to himself as Zero finished. Perfect analysis would be incredibly useful for battle strategies. But, he glanced at Zero with a curious look. You ever used it on yourself? I know, I never really thought about it. Enzo shook his head dismissively. You can try that out later. For now, I'm gonna lay some groundwork. He took a hand out of his pockets and raised his index finger. So, from what you've shown me, your perfect analysis is a fucking broken skill. But, its flaw in your case is that it only tells you information about your opponent or whatever and potential strategies. Am I right so far? Zero nodded, a little surprised that Enzo was able to glean that much off their skirmish. You got a supercomputer in your head. That's amazing, but you don't have the skills to utilize it completely. Enzo narrowed his eyes. You don't have the experience to back it up. In simpler terms, knowing everything from the rules and strategies of a sport is vastly different from actually playing the sport. Oh, it started to click in Zero's head. So, what you're saying is, you need to get beat up more. Enzo nodded sagely. Wait, hold on. Get ready. Enzo took out his hands and assumed a fighting stance. Despite his best efforts, Enzo continually pummeled Zero, knocking him down over and over again. Even with the goal of getting a feel for fighting, Zero began to lose motivation with every beat down. When Enzo kicked him into the sand face first, Zero laid there for a moment. His body was in pain, even with his recovery and iron skin working overtime. A sense of shame and embarrassment washed over him, and Zero was reluctant to get back up. What are you doing? He heard Enzo call out. We're not even halfway done yet. I'm tired, Zero responded, his voice muffled by the sand. You're just beating me up for fun at this point. He heard Enzo crouch down next to him. You thought this would be easy? After you punched me the first time, not really. You are getting better. Not that it was an improvement in the first place, but I can see that you're developing your battle sense. Zero lifted his head in surprise. Enzo still had the same disapproving expression, but he seemed genuine about his words. Really? Zero pushed himself up, spitting out sand. You still need more work, but I can tell you're starting to consider other options instead of rushing in head first. It's taking longer and longer to knock you down. Zero wasn't sure if he should take that as a compliment or not. To be fair, I'm much stronger than you. I'm not trying to boast or anything, but that's the truth. Enzo stood up and shoved his hands into his pockets. I'm guessing you feel discouraged because you haven't been able to really get some good hits on me, so you think you'd never be able to beat me. Zero scowled as he stood up as well, but he had to admit that Enzo was right. So, don't think that way. Focus on improving your sense of fighting. Don't get used to thinking you have to beat me. Get used to being beaten up. Not sure how that's helpful. Enzo smirked. I'm being honest here. If you start tunneling on the idea of beating someone leagues above you, you might ignore the important basics of learning their moveset or exploiting their weaknesses. He nodded at Zero. You notice that my hits aren't as hard anymore. Now that you mention it, Zero thought for a moment. Yeah, they aren't. There was a hint of approval in Enzo's expression. I haven't actually reduced the strength of my attacks. You've just gotten better at anticipating and rolling with the hits. He took out a hand and extended a fist towards Zero. For that, I'll reveal 3 pieces of information, a skill, a passive, and my class. Zero's face immediately contorted with a wicked glee as he began to salivate. He had almost forgotten that Enzo was an S rank as well. Now that's what I like to see, Enzo grinned at Zero's expression. Endure the training, and I'll reward you properly. Yes sir. First off, my class is Demonic Judge. Hey. Zero was momentarily taken aback. Surprised? What do you know about demon classes? Enzo had a knowing smile. That people who are demons usually have evil traits or personalities. Zero recalled what Amaya had said earlier. Or something else that caused them to ascend as such. Something like that, yeah. Enzo verified with a nod. In my case, I murdered some very bad people before the apocalypse. Wait, what? So, I ascended as a demon. From there, I advanced into a demonic judge. Champion, Afiel sounded both in awe and terrified. Unique classes don't usually have advancements due to how powerful they already are. The fact that he advanced such a class means that he's extremely powerful. Zero's mouth opened slightly. Damn. Moving on, one of my passives is Relentless. Enzo seemed prideful at the impression he was giving Zero. Relentless keeps my stats consistent, no matter what. Even if I get wounded, get my limbs chopped off, or have something restrict my body, my speed and strength will always remain the same, with unlimited endurance. I can also raise or lower the consistency at will. In the most basic example, I can always punch you at 50% strength no matter what or run at whatever speed forever. The only drawback is that it's useless if I take too much damage to handle. Zero nodded understandingly. It was a pretty strong passive skill, and it helped explain how Enzo was able to counter Zero's explosive skills with pure raw strength. And last but not least, Enzo matched Zero's sudden unhinged grin. The first of my skills is called Fairness. Oh. Zero licked his lips eagerly. Enzo's hands swirled with red mana as he raised a palm at Zero. He clenched his hand into a fist and lowered it. Zero's body buzzed with power as he copied the skill. Wait, Zero frowned as his perfect analysis quickly processed the skill. You can't use it on me. So the old man was right about your copy ability, Enzo was mildly impressed. Yeah, you're right. I don't know what you've learned, but Fairness is a skill that allows the user to forcefully balance the strength between themselves and their opponent. You steal your opponent's stats until the both of you are evenly matched. The two main drawbacks are that it only works on people stronger than you, and that the bigger the strength difference, the shorter the balance lasts. That's still pretty good. Zero could feel his heart pumping with excitement. Enzo chuckled, reminding Zero of a Doberman. He splayed his hands out invitingly towards him. Go ahead. Test it out on me. Zero didn't need any more encouragement as he mimicked Enzo's earlier movements, casting Fairness on the demonic judge. Almost immediately, Zero felt an overwhelming power crash upon him. He nearly fell to his knees as he quickly adjusted to the new surge of strength. Holy shit! Zero gasped as he adapted. He casually threw a jab, watching in awe as a shockwave blasted out from his action. Just how strong are you? Enzo laughed for real this time, akin to a low barking. What's funny is that you seem to forget about Relentless. Hey! I'm barely using a sliver of my strength, and that's what you absorbed from me. But Relentless keeps my stats consistent, remember? I haven't lost anything at all. Zero stared at him in shock. Wait, that's way too fucking broken. Enzo shrugged. You're one to talk. But, if you think that's incredible, then wait till you learn about the old man's profile. It's not something I'm proud to admit, but he's even stronger than I am. And he's the only one I've ever lost to. Zero was speechless. Here he was, marveling at his strength as an A rank when the S rank in front of him was in a completely different world. He began to think about the enormous gap between the ranks and slowly felt nervous about the S ranks in the upcoming tournament. Wait a minute, Zero suddenly remembered something. The strength he had stolen from Enzo disappeared as the duration ran out. You wouldn't happen to know an S rank named Liam, would you? He's a demon class too. Enzo tilted his head curiously. Know him? He's my little brother. Chapter 19, Workplace Crushes? Zero struggled to avoid Enzo's attacks as his body screamed in protest. While the addition of fairness helped him temporarily match Enzo's strength, Zero learned that the repeated use took a heavy toll on his body. It was also taxing on his energy and mana reserves, siphoning large chunks that he couldn't recover quick enough. Up until this point, Zero gradually relied less on his mana sword and skills, opting to focus on melee combat as a sign of respect and resolve to Enzo, who was also using his fists to fight. However, unlike Enzo, Zero didn't have a passive like Relentless to deal with the ever-growing fatigue and resource depletion. Zero threw out a jab, feeling the stolen strength he acquired moments ago leave his body. Enzo easily sidestepped and thrust his palm into Zero's chest, knocking him away once again. Landing hard on the sand once again, Zero struggled to get back up, but couldn't. His body was completely spent. You done? Enzo entered his vision. Yeah. I can't get back up. Good. Enzo smirked as a throne made of hardened sand suddenly rose up from the ground. The demonic judge took a seat and watched Zero with an unreadable expression. No, yeah, I can pick myself up, thanks. Zero grumbled sarcastically as he rolled over and shakily pushed up off the ground. Congratulations on getting through your first day. Let's review your performance. Enzo slouched back and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. You've got quite the knack for taking hits. Zero grinned sheepishly. Thanks, I guess. Your combat sense is still terrible, but it's a hell of a lot better now than when you first started, the demonic judge continued. You've learned to rely less on your perfect analysis and trust your instincts. That's good because you waste less time considering all your options. Isn't it better to thoroughly plan out the best way to attack? In your case, no, Enzo frowned as he leaned forward. Normally, that's something I'd advocate for, but your ability gives you all the information you need. Your lack of experience causes you to hesitate for a second to consider the options, and that's extremely risky in a real fight. While I'm training you, I'm going to drill that combat sense into you, so you can quickly choose and execute the best option without a second thought. Zero made a face, but nodded begrudgingly. Everything Enzo said was true, after all. I also plan to get you suited for adaptation, in the case where the option you chose doesn't work out. The demonic judge grinned. I'll tell you this right now, it's going to be hell until the tournament. Zero couldn't find the words to respond. All right. He finally mumbled. You starting to think my training is hard? Enzo snickered. Just imagine the old man's training. What you'll go through would never compare to what I went through. Zero was silent for a moment, then nodded. I'll keep that in mind. So, what's next? The demonic judge pulled his sleeve back and glanced at his watch. Your mercy. It's been 6 hours since we started training. We should head back. We've been in here for 6 hours. Zero exclaimed. Oh, yeah. My sponsor's personal space sorta makes you forget about stuff. Enzo stood up from his throne. Who's your sponsor? Just the goddess Ma'at. Ma'at. Afiel suddenly squeaked in Zero's thoughts. Who's that? Zero was unfamiliar with the name. From Egyptian mythology, she's the goddess who personified truth, order, balance, justice, harmony, law, and morality. Enzo closed an eye thoughtfully. I think I listed them all. Anyways, this is her personal space. Apparently, she's a big shot goddess, so I don't really get to talk to her much. He shrugged. She's incredibly important and powerful, Afiel chimed in, almost enviously. Her champions were always purveyors of her ideals, so I wonder if this champion represents justice considering his class. Do you represent justice? Zero asked. If it helps you understand, yeah, you could say that. So then does your brother? Is he also one of Ma'at's? Yep, Enzo chuckled, though it sounded more like a low huffing. He's somewhat aligned to balance. Is he strong like you, too? Enzo opened his eye and gazed down at Zero. He's not stronger than me, but definitely stronger than you. But, who knows? Maybe you'll change that once I'm through with you. Sounds great. Zero replied sarcastically. He got up and brushed the sand off his clothes. I can't wait to get beaten up some more. That's the spirit. Enzo flashed a toothy smile. If it makes you feel any better, all you need for improvement is experience. Your resource control is decent, and you can just copy any skill, so there's no point in refining either of those. It does a little, Zero admitted. But, I'm still getting beaten up. Enzo huffed again. Then imagine what I had to go through with the old man's training. Amaya was in the lounge area of the Mercenary Union, working on her laptop when she saw a bright red flash appear before her. When her vision cleared, she saw Zero and a white-haired man standing there. Oh, hey Amaya. The scholar casually greeted. Hey, yourself. Amaya closed her laptop and stood up, slightly annoyed. She noticed Zero appeared worn out, his clothes dirty with sand and his hair matted with sweat. The man next to him, however, was completely at ease without a single speck of dirt on his black suit. Amaya nodded to him in acknowledgement, her heart rate slightly increasing. Enzo. Liaison Amaya. You two know each other? Wait, of course you do, you guys are working together. Zero answered his own question. You were the one training him? Amaya asked, ignoring Zero. Yeah. The old man said he was too busy and put me in charge of babysitting. Enzo replied, scratching at his neck with a finger. How was it? Amaya avoided Enzo's red eyes. He kept beating me up, saying it was training. Zero's gonna need a lot of work if he's going to make it past the first round. But, his footwork and agility is pretty impressive for a beginner. Oh, that's the stuff I copied from Amaya. The scholar interjected, seemingly miffed at being left out of the conversation. That's so? Then you're pretty skilled, right, Miss Liaison? Enzo raised an eyebrow. I'm capable. Amaya kept her voice even, still avoiding Enzo's gaze. Whatever you say. I'll be going now. Enzo walked past Amaya without so much as a goodbye to either of them. She let out a breath that she didn't realize she was holding. After he left, Amaya turned back to Zero. She flinched when she saw his intense concentration on her. What? What are you doing? The scholar made a face and tilted his head. His eyes squinted at her with a slight fascination. You have a thing for Enzo? Zero finally asked. Amaya blinked, taken aback by the sudden question. She hesitated for a moment before answering. No, of course not. He's not my type. She forced out a laugh, hoping it didn't sound as forced as it felt. You're lying. My perfect analysis is telling me there's something about him that's attractive to you. Zero gazed at Amaya with a frown. But what does he have that I don't? We're pretty much the same person. Amaya opened her mouth to protest, but then he snapped his fingers with a triumphant grin. It's his suit. You like guys in suits. She was speechless. How did Zero figure that out so fast? I don't know what you mean, she stammered, feeling heat rising in her cheeks. Anyway, it's not like you can't wear a suit. You can, you know. Just buy one. Hell, no. The scholar waved a dismissive hand. You'll never catch me wearing a suit. Not even if it's to impress the ladies. Okay, whatever, let's get going now. Amaya turned on her heel and quickly made her way towards the exit, clutching her laptop tightly towards her chest. Of all the people she showed weakness in front of, it just had to be Zero. Zero groaned dramatically as he slowly rolled his sore shoulders back. His recovery was in full effect, but he predicted that he'd be back in top condition after a good night's rest. Glancing over, he smirked as he watched Amaya focus intently on speeding through traffic, apparently desperate to get him back home. Granted, his deduction at uncovering Amaya's crush on Enzo was a shot in the dark, but his perfect analysis had hinted something off with her heart rate. Before getting into the car, Ciro was blasted with a water blast and then fire blast, but it seemed like Amaya wanted to get him back for his sleuthing. Worth it. Ciro thought to himself gleefully. You're a terrible person. Afiel retorted in response. Whatever you have planned, I hope you don't go through with it. Who says I have anything planned? Aren't you attracted to her? Yeah. Ciro slightly frowned. But I'm also attracted to Nala, Kana, the S-rank Elena. Okay, I get it. Afiel sounded mortified. Excuse me, I think I need a moment. Talk to you later. Ciro chuckled. Chapter 20, Pulling All-Nighters. Ciro waited impatiently for his food to arrive. Before Amaya could drop him off at his apartment, he convinced her to join him for dinner, although she seemed reluctant to spend any more time with him. They decided to stop by the same Italian restaurant prior to the succubus outbreak, since Ciro offered to pay for her meal. So, Ciro sipped his water, relishing the refreshing coolness with a satisfied smile. Wanna talk about earlier? I'll stab you if you ever bring it up again. Amaya set down her glass of wine and glared at him. Okay, fine, Ciro raised his hands in mock surrender. How about the offer we made? The liaison sighed. Well, I haven't had a chance to organize the gold or look for a new location for you yet, but I have an inkling of what to do. In any case, you'll definitely be moved on the condition you get past the first round. Easy enough, he shrugged nonchalantly. I'm not worried about that. These are pretty strong ascendants, you know. Amaya glanced at him skeptically. I know. I just have a feeling I'll at least make it to the semi-finals. Including you, there are 32 participants. Apparently, there hasn't been any more registrations after Liam and Elena announced their participation in the tournament. They're that strong to scare off any more UPS. Cyril leaned his chair back. Yes and no, Amaya made a face. After the first tournament a couple months back, a rule was implemented stating that the maximum allowed S ranks is 4, to prevent other lower-ranked ascendants from refusing to participate. There's plans of having a separate tournament exclusively for S ranks because of the massive gap between them and A ranks. Their food finally arrived. Briefly pausing their conversation, Ciro had ordered lobster scampi while Amaya had opted for salmon piccata. With the rule in place, it did help appease the population regarding the strength disparity, so there was always a healthy amount of participants, Amaya continued after taking a bite. But, this upcoming tournament is generating a lot of buzz due to the fact that Elena and Liam are participating. I don't get it. What's so special about them? Ciro's words were muffled by the food in his mouth. Do you remember what I said about the global S-rank leaderboard? Amaya made a disgusted face at Ciro. How there are 10 that are pretty much considered unparalleled in strength. Sure. Well, Enzo's the 10th strongest S-rank, Amaya had a faint blush on her cheeks. And his brother Liam is somewhere among the top 15. Elena is also around that area as well. Oh, shit. That makes so much sense. Ciro muttered to himself. Seeing Enzo's strength earlier made him wonder just how much stronger the demonic judge really was. So, it's natural for lower-ranked ascendants to be hesitant about signing up. It's like in sports, an amateur would feel better playing against a professional than a world champion. Hey, Enzo also used a sports comparison earlier today. Anyways, Amaya turned redder and quickly changed the subject. Because both Liam and Elena are competing, it's deterring a lot of other ascendants from joining. I feel a little bad for Raoul, since he recently just got promoted to S rank and is being overshadowed by them. Ciro swallowed his food. Well, that just makes your investigation easier, right? Less ascendants means less people to track. True. Amaya sipped her wine and went quiet, a troubled expression on her face. I really hope nothing goes wrong, but there's a good chance that something will happen during the tournament. Are you going to be okay? Zero stopped eating and set down his fork. He knew there was a big risk in him participating, but for some reason, he wasn't afraid of that at all. Rather, he was more worried that he wouldn't be able to meet the expectations that everyone had of him. Of course I am, Zero grinned as he lied. I'm fucking cool. The Ascendant Liaison didn't seem convinced. In fact, it looked like she was even more concerned. Hey, no worries, Zero smiled reassuringly. I'm being trained by the best and I've got you guys to support me. I'll be fine. Well, if you're sure. Amaya hesitated, then sighed. I just want you to remember that I'm here for you if you need me. You can tell me anything, you know that. Well, almost anything. Thanks. Zero picked up his fork. I always knew you cared about me. Amaya looked like she wanted to snap back, but shook her head and downed her glass. After getting dropped off at his apartment, Zero made sure to wash up before he talked to Afiel. So, you were going to explain my passives? He thought to Afiel as he climbed into bed. Right, well, the champion Enzo was correct in his explanation of rationality. It prevents you from succumbing to any mental attacks or disruptive emotions and keeps you calm. Wait, Zero sat up in his bed. Is that why those succubi charms didn't work on me? Hold on, why didn't you tell me this earlier? Afiel sounded flustered. Well, that's because. Zero waited for her to finish. Yes. Okay, I had to ask around for an explanation. I was curious as to why the charms didn't work on you either, so I begged some gods for answers. Oh. Zero didn't have the heart to make a snarky comment hearing the shame in Afiel's tone. That's fine. I what? Really? Afiel paused for a moment. Anyways, your other passive, influence, is a little more difficult to explain. How so? Well, influence supposedly enables you to copy a passive from another champion for a period of time, though there are no answers as to how you'd go about doing that. Pardon. Zero choked on his spit as a dastardly glee shone in his eyes. I can copy other passives. Correct. That's pretty much all I know about influence, I'm sorry. No, don't be, Zero wiped the drool from his mouth. Just a basic explanation was enough, thanks. Oh. I'm glad I could help, then. Learning about his influence passive opened up a new world of possibilities for Zero, and he found himself too excited to sleep. He knew he should probably rest considering Enzo's intensity, but his mind kept racing with new ideas he wanted to test out. Hey, Afiel. Zero decided to try and distract himself. Yes, champion. You said you don't need sleep the way I do, right? What do you usually do? Oh, Afiel seemed to collect her thoughts. I often spend time with Hecate and Isis. We've been discussing the upcoming tournament and who would emerge victorious. Did you choose me? The silence was all Zero needed to know. Never mind, a scowl flashed across his face. So, you spend time with other gods and goddesses outside of talking to me? Well, the lesser gods, yes. Only Hecate and Isis don't seem to mind my company. Zero detected a hint of sadness and loneliness in her tone and couldn't help but feel pity for the goddess. That's cool, he tried to sound upbeat. Are you gonna go hang with them now? I plan to, but I can remain here if you'd like me to. Nah, it's okay, Zero laid back down with his hands behind his head. I gotta get as much rest for tomorrow. Very well. Good night, champion. Night, Afiel. Zero was waiting in the lounge area of the Mercenary Union after being dropped off by Amaya. He felt refreshed despite sleeping so late, obsessing more over the possibilities of his influence passive. You're back. Zero turned around in his seat to see Enzo standing behind him in the same black suit. The demonic judge had the same bored and displeased expression plastered on his face. Yes sir. Zero stood up, eager to start despite Enzo's attitude. He had opted to drop his bomber jacket, going for athletic shorts and a simple grey t-shirt. Well, I commend your commitment. Enzo slipped a hand out and spread his fingers palm down as his eyes glowed red. You'd better keep that up. In a blink of an eye, the pair was transported into Ma'at's personal space once again. Zero immediately crouched into a defensive stance, his fists raised. What are you doing? Enzo raised an eyebrow and tilted his head. You gonna keep using your fists? Oh. Zero blinked, unsure of how to answer. I mean, I'm just doing so cause you are. Don't do that. If you were a melee-orientated class, then by all means, but you're a scholar. Your biggest strength is supposedly your mind, and by proxy, your skills. Well, okay. Zero conjured his mana blade. Enzo gave him another questioning stare. You gonna cover your sword with mana? I can do that. Zero glanced at his blade. Holy shit, Enzo dropped his head for a moment before he looked up at Zero again. Okay, just imagine sending your mana into your blade, but instead of letting it escape, focusing on keeping it contained. Zero did as he was told, finding it relatively easy to do. His blade crackled with a hazy green aura. Enzo let out a growl of approval. That was actually not bad. You didn't struggle at all. The demonic judge smirked as he slipped his hands out of his pockets. Okay, let's make a deal. I'm gonna come at you slightly more intensely than yesterday. Your goal is to deal as much damage as you can today. If you manage that, I'll show you another skill. Deal. Zero immediately rushed forward, firing mana nukes directly at Enzo. Although he knew it was underhanded, he had a good feeling Enzo wouldn't be caught off guard. However, Enzo stood there and took the nukes head-on, becoming engulfed in a green smoke. Zero was shocked, but continued his assault, closing the distance quickly. He ceased firing his mana nukes and held a palm out, casting a green fire blast that dwarfed and consumed the previous smoke from before. Zero finished up by launching several mana daggers and detonated them, causing the already dark green cloud to become denser. He jumped a few paces back, holding his mana-covered sword in front of him. Enzo immediately burst forth from the smoke, not a single scratch on him. The demonic judge was in front of Zero's eyes before he could blink and lifted a tattooed hand up. Come forth, jury. A gigantic golden single-bladed war axe appeared in his hand, nearly the length of Enzo himself. The gleaming golden blade was as big as a car tire and it was quickly coming down on Zero's head. Enzo's eyes glowed red as Zero instinctively copied his skill. Death. He would die. If that axe hit him, it would be all over. He needed to move. By some miracle, Zero managed to leap off to the side as Enzo brought down his axe using the skill Revenge. As soon as the blade fell upon the sand, a deafening boom rang out in the desert. A massive shockwave trembled forth from the center of impact and Zero could barely register the sheer force of power that exploded forward from Enzo's axe as the attack whipped up a sandstorm. After the sand had settled, Zero found himself half buried, while Enzo was completely fine. Damn, I missed. The demonic judge seemed slightly disappointed. What the fuck, you were actually trying to hit me. Zero was indignant. Enzo smirked as he dispersed his axe. Hey, you were able to copy 2 of my skills, so it balances out. Chapter 21, Dogs and Cats. 2. Zero ungracefully dug himself out of the sand. Yeah, the jury axe and Revenge. Enzo made no effort to help him up. Well, I got Revenge, but I don't think I caught the jury axe. Enzo sighed, and conjured the golden weapon again. Zero's body buzzed as he copied the skill. Up close, the axe was much more intimidating, the lengthy handle solid gold and wrapped in black leather. The blade had a curved edge, a half-crescent that was noticeably sharp. The back of the axe was thick and flattened, like a hammer. Revenge is a good skill since you return all the damage you've taken with one attack. I have another skill called Retribution that I'll show you if you do. Zero raised his arms and conjured the jury axe. As soon as he grabbed the handle, he fell forward with the axe. It was immensely heavy, and the blade of the axe hit the ground with a boom and submerged itself completely. Holy, what the fuck is up with this? Zero squeaked as he let go of the handle, causing the axe to dissipate. The demonic judge snickered. The jury requires absurd strength to even lift, but it gets lighter with every sin you atone for. He swung his axe casually with one hand, causing gusts of wind. The more sins you collect and don't atone for, the heavier it becomes. It's also a great weapon against those who have countless sins. Zero stared at him. So, you've atoned for a lot of them. Nope, Enzo let his axe dissolve into golden sand. I've only atoned for a few. I just wield it with my strength. A slight nervousness trickled through Zero as he realized what a monster the man in front of him was. It was almost unbelievable when he recalled Enzo stating that Gregor was even stronger than him. You done taking a break? The demonic judge cracked his neck. We're gonna keep going until you can't move again. Yes sir. Zero pushed his feelings aside. Though it was a shame he couldn't wield jury yet, revenge was a nice addition to his arsenal, considering how often he was getting beaten on. Yesterday, you were slowly able to develop a feel for fighting, trusting your instincts as you saw different strategies. Today, keep honing that sense while you play to your strengths. Enzo lazily clenched his fists. I showed you revenge so you can deal some damage back to me, provided you can hit me with it. Zero nodded, conjuring his blade and covering it with green mana. His body buzzed with power as he activated his iron skin, energy, and mana efficiency, and enhanced his body with magic. Time became meaningless as Zero slowly locked in, trading attacks with Enzo in an endless loop. Granted, Zero was receiving more damage than Enzo, but he pressed on, methodically gathering damage and sending it back with a punch or slash whenever he found an opening. His perfect analysis was now second nature to him, giving him Enzo's predicted attack patterns and optimal counterattacks. The demonic judge seemed impressed at Zero's rapid adaptation, at one point covering his hands in a dark red flame that Zero copied as Hellfire. The Hellfire was a demon-exclusive skill, corrupting neutrally charged mana into a negatively charged fire that burned forever. As Zero covered his retreat with a flurry of explosive mana knives, he quickly charged up a mana nuke in his left hand. Enzo stomped his foot, creating a ring of hellfire around himself that devoured the knives, denying their explosion. He quickly pushed off with his other foot, leaped straight at Zero. Anticipating a punch, Zero quickly swung his sword downwards, trying to catch the demonic judge. Enzo inhumanly shifted his weight to the side, lining himself up with Zero's left hand. A screeching blast of green mana shot forth, catching Enzo directly. The nuke exploded violently, but Enzo pushed forward through the green smoke, his hellfire-clad hand already cocked back. Zero dodged the punch, but the force of the impact threw him off balance. Enzo followed up with a powerful kick that sent him flying back. The ground rushed up to meet him, but Zero twisted his body mid-air, using his momentum to propel himself sideways. He landed gracefully on the ground, rolling to absorb the impact. Scrambling to his feet, Zero halted when he was face to face with Enzo's Hellfire Fist. Not bad, the demonic judge remarked, a rare hint of approval on his face. He dispersed the hellfire, briefly looking down at his clothes. The only signs of damage was on his suit jacket, which was ripped in several spots. Zero, on the other hand, had multiple cuts and bruises, not to mention his shirt was completely shredded. Zero grinned through his fatigue. I'm getting closer. No, you're not. Enzo shook his head. When will you stop hurting my feelings? Zero pouted as he got up and brushed himself off. No, I meant you're already there. Enzo's brows furrowed as he slipped his hands into his pockets. I'm actually amazed. I'm not sure if it's because of your scholar abilities, but you've managed to keep up with me blow for blow. Your battle sense has become incredibly sharp, and you've assimilated that with your perfect analysis. Really? Zero felt a twinge of pride at Enzo's praise. It was the first time since they met that the demonic judge sounded genuine. Don't get ahead of yourself, the demonic judge scowled. You definitely still have a long way until I feel like you're ready for the tournament. Fair enough, Zero conjured his sword as he faced Enzo. Let's go again. Enzo held out a hand. It's already been 6 hours. I'm off the clock now. Hey. I train you for 6 hours a day, no more, no less. Old man doesn't even pay me, so I'm not gonna bother putting in extra effort. Enzo's eyes flashed red as he brought them both to the real world. The sun was setting as a few mercenaries were standing around the center of the Union, mostly unbothered that a half-naked Zero had suddenly appeared. Wait, but I thought we were gonna continue until I couldn't move anymore. Yeah, and you've exceeded my expectations. Enzo sighed. I was gonna push you to your limits to force some change or something, but you've been unconsciously pushing your limits further and further. Do you realize I've gotten up to using a quarter of my power now? What, really? Zero blinked in surprise. He hadn't noticed that Enzo's strength had steadily increased during their training. I guess that's partly my fault, the demonic judge admitted with a grimace. I've been matching my strength in proportion to your growth, so I can understand if it seemed like you hadn't been making any progress. No, that's fine. Zero found it difficult to believe, but Enzo didn't seem like the type to lie. Plus, even though Zero wanted to train more, he had to respect the demonic judge's bare minimum attitude. It's what he would have done in his situation. Where's your liaison? Hey. Zero quickly glanced around the Union, but Amaya wasn't anywhere. He opened his shadow shift and reached in, pulling out his phone. Nasnter wat be on te way to bu. Birank. Wikwikate picking you up. TED6 me if you find Snurger read. Zero squinted his eyes at her incoherent texts. Guess I'll be staying here for a bit. Zero sighed and began to head to the lounge area. Or, do you wanna eat? Zero paused and turned around slowly. Pardon. I said, wanna grab something to eat? I'm not gonna ask again. Enzo pushed past Zero. If you're down, let's go. My treat. The both of them sat at a nearby Korean barbecue restaurant. Enzo had given Zero a spare white button-up dress shirt to replace his shredded rags, which looked strange paired with his athletic shorts. The demonic judge had ordered their meat for them as well as 2 beers, to which Zero was reluctant to drink, preferring his water instead. You don't drink or something? Enzo raised an eyebrow as he sipped his beverage. I can, it just reminds me of some bad memories. Zero glanced down at the table grill. Enzo grunted, but didn't press further. Zero could feel the atmosphere grow awkward. Thanks for the meal. Zero broke the silence. Don't take this the wrong way. I'm only doing this cause you've been growing ridiculously fast. In just 2 days, your battle sense has developed and you can keep up with me for hours. It's important to take breaks in between rigorous training. Oh, Zero wasn't sure how to respond. I appreciate it. He acts tough, but he's actually a softie, the woman next to Enzo suddenly spoke. Shut up. The demonic judge scowled. I'm rewarding him because he impressed me. Wait, Zero leaned back in his chair, his hands outstretched in confusion. Who are you, and where did you come from? Oh, Enzo blinked and noticed Zero's expression. Kit, this is Zero. Zero, Kit. He didn't seem shocked at her sudden appearance. Finally nice to meet Enzo's student, the woman named Kit smiled at Zero, her voice low and sultry. Kit Felina, how do you do? Zero blinked, surprised by her confident and outgoing nature. I am doing good. Thank you. Her eyes were a striking contrast of colors, one blue and the other green. He had never seen anyone with such heterochromatic eyes before. Her shoulder-length, curly brown hair framed her fair-skinned face perfectly, and she had a certain air about her that made her stand out in the crowd. Zero couldn't help but feel both intimidated and attracted in her presence. You're stunning. Champion. Zero felt a feel pop in and immediately severed their connection. Kit laughed, soothing him to Zero's ears. Thanks. I'm guessing you like women like me? She asked, clearly unbothered by Zero's straightforwardness. I like women in general. Cute, pretty, beautiful, sexy, I like them all. Zero immediately felt himself growing more comfortable around Kit. Kit laughed again. Oh? I like how honest you are. She leaned over the table closer to Zero. I like all women, too. She winked playfully. Enzo cleared his throat. Kit, are you going to be joining us? She sat back and glanced at Enzo. Well, I'm here, aren't I? God damn it, the demonic judge sighed. I wished you'd have given me a heads up before you popped in. Wait, pause. Zero waved his hands around frantically. Let's take a step back. I didn't even see you come in. He stared at Kit. Oh, right. Kit flashed a lopsided smile. It's one of my skills. Zero began to salivate. What skill? He wiped his mouth. Hey, Enzo, you were right. He does have a weakness for skills. The brunette lightly hit Enzo's arm a few times before turning back to Zero. Well, to start off, my class is called Paradox. Paradox? Yep, Kit grinned. I'm basically a walking demonstration of paradoxes. The skill I used to get here was Cat Paradox. Do you know what it's a reference to? Zero thought for a moment. Is it Schrödinger's cat? He asked, recalling the textbook he had read a few days before. He's smart. Kit purred and clapped her hands happily. You're right. I used it to basically will myself here. It's more or less a really good teleportation skill. Can you show me? Nope. Kit smiled. I'll show you one if you reach S rank. Oh. Zero was crestfallen, but it helped that Kit was refreshingly warm and cute. Zero, Enzo interrupted. Kit's skills are extremely dangerous. Even more risky than if you were to use my hellfire. Oh, I'm sure he can handle it. Kit slapped Enzo's arm again. I've dated plenty of men and women who withstood my cat paradox on them. It's different if you use it, but Zero doesn't have your passives that would mitigate the risks. The demonic judge growled. Ah, you're sweet, looking out for your student. Don't worry, I won't show him until he's ready for it. He's not my student. Their conversation halted when their waiter came over with plates of meat. Zero and Kit licked their lips hungrily as Enzo reached for the tongs. This is a one-time thing, he glared at the both of them. We will not make this a recurring hangout. Chapter 22, Midterm Review. Zero found himself learning a lot about the pair as he ate dinner with them. Surprisingly, Kit was ranked the 6th strongest S rank in the world, much to Enzo's annoyance. The Paradox was also a part of Calypso, a world-renowned guild that Enzo's younger brother Liam was a part of. How's he doing? Enzo wolfed down a chunk of grilled beef. You could always ask him yourself, you know. I'm not his babysitter. Kit replied, pouring out another shot for her and Enzo. She glanced at Zero, pointing the tip of the tequila bottle at him quizzically. No, thanks. Zero shook his head. Kit shrugged, handing a shot glass to Enzo. He hates when I check up on him. Like he doesn't think I know he can take care of himself. Enzo growled, throwing his head back and downing the shot. Ah, to have a younger sibling. Kit seemed wistful for a moment before she downed her shot as well. I don't recommend it. Not that I had a choice. The demonic judge scowled, but then smirked. Zero, if by some miracle you manage to face him, I want you to try your absolute best to beat his ass. Oh, I'll try. Zero shifted uncomfortably. There were a lot of things running through his mind. Like, how two of the world's strongest ascendants were right in front of him, casually drinking and eating. So, Kit put her elbows on the table and rested her chin in her palms as she studied Zero with her mismatched eyes. Earlier, you said you were revived at the beginning of this month, going from F rank to A rank in under 2 weeks, and now you're participating in the tournament the last week of June. Yet, Zero avoided her gaze. Though he was no stranger to pretty women, Kit was on a whole different level. What an interesting man. And you don't drink either. I prefer not to. Just didn't have good memories associated with it. Zero made a face. Kit hummed curiously, keeping her gaze on him. Then, she smiled. Drink with us, then. We'll give you good memories to replace the bad ones. Hey, don't peer pressure him, Enzo scowled. If you're trying to make him your drinking buddy, just forget it, you alcoholic. Ah, but you can't keep up with me, Kit pouted and turned her attention to Enzo. Your relentless keeps your intoxication from dropping if you drink more, and then you pass out way too fast. Even then, I already have a high tolerance. How is anyone supposed to keep up when you can easily kill 10 bottles of vodka in an hour? Busted ass cat paradox, you cheat using that skill. Kit glanced at Zero, sticking her tongue out playfully and giggling. Zero awkwardly smiled back. Okay, I won't make you drink. But, be honest with me for a second. Are you nervous about the undercover operation? She suddenly turned serious. Cyril looked at Enzo in surprise. The demonic judge's face twitched with annoyance. Kit knows about the investigation. She hounded us until we gave in and told her, but the old man thinks she'd be super helpful to us and asked her to cooperate. Enzo explained as he wiped his mouth. Oh, Ciro turned back to Kit. Well, I wasn't so nervous in the beginning until everyone started asking me how I felt about it. Oops. The paradox smiled apologetically. Sorry about that. No, it's okay, Ciro shook his head. It keeps me grounded about the seriousness of it all. But I mean, you guys will be around too, so I'm somewhat at ease about it. Oh, I like your honesty, Kit purred as she licked her lips. Don't worry, I'll make sure you're safe. Thanks. Ciro couldn't help but wonder if this was what it was like to be on the receiving end. Not that he minded. The trio continued to eat, drink, and converse, though it was more so Enzo and Kit than it was Ciro. It was night by the time they finished and paid out. Fucking hell. Enzo closed his eyes and rubbed his head as they stepped out into the night. That was the most expensive bill I've ever had to pay. Thanks for the meal. Kit grinned as she playfully punched Enzo's arm. Ciro couldn't help himself and ran his eyes over her outfit. Wearing tight-fitting dark blue jeans, and a simple black crop top complete with black boots, Ciro didn't realize he'd been staring a little too long until the paradox turned around to catch him in the act. Like it? Kit smiled mischievously and posed. Oh, Ciro averted his eyes as his face burned up. Why yet? For fuck's sake, Enzo growled as he began to walk away. Stop trying to seduce him. Aren't you like 30? I'm 26, same as you, stupid. Kit frowned as she fell into step with Enzo. Ciro quickly followed the pair, feeling like a third wheel. Could have fooled me, Enzo turned back to Ciro. Need a ride back home? Oh, yeah. I can take him. Kit stepped up to Ciro. You'd rather go with me, wouldn't you? Absolutely. Ciro blurted without thinking. The demonic judge shrugged. Suit yourself. Same time tomorrow, then. Enzo walked off, leaving the two of them standing on the sidewalk. Where do you live? Kit asked as she offered a hand. It's an apartment near the Ascendance Association building. Ciro hesitantly took her hand. He wondered if she was going to hold his hand the whole way there. Oh, I think I've seen it before. Okay then, close your eyes. Kit purred as her grip tightened. What? Why? Ciro asked, but did as he was told. As soon as he closed his eyes, there was a nauseating chill that rushed over him and Ciro almost fell to his knees. For a brief moment, it felt as if his head was split in two, and he was upside down. The feeling quickly passed, and Ciro felt his body stabilize. We're here. Ciro opened his eyes and was shocked to find himself standing in front of his apartment complex. Kit smirked as she let go of his hand. Did you make me close my eyes so I couldn't copy that cat paradox skill? The paradox stuck her tongue out playfully. You got me. I do want to show you eventually, but then you wouldn't depend on me to get you to places this quickly. She faked a pout, but her mismatched eyes sparkled teasingly. Right, thanks. Ciro couldn't believe how stupefied this woman made him. I'll see you sometime later, then. Bye. Kit waved and walked away, leaving him mesmerized. She's something else, Ciro mumbled as he walked up to the front door of his apartment building. Entering his apartment, he glanced at his phone to catch up on missed notifications. He saw Amaya's acknowledgement to his earlier text that he was eating with Enzo while Nala had sent him a photo of a watermelon. Ciro wasn't quite sure what to do with it. After washing up, Ciro laid in bed, his stomach still full from dinner earlier. I feel. No answer. Ciro assumed she was either upset that he had cut their connection earlier, or she was with the other gods and goddesses. Good night, I feel. He closed his eyes. Oh, champion. Well, hey, Ciro replied, slightly relieved that she didn't sound upset. Just wondering what you've been up to. I've been learning more sorcery from Hecate and Isis. Apparently, it'd be useful for me since I finally have a champion of my own. Sorcery? Aren't you a goddess? Can't you just impose your will to do stuff? It's complicated. Afiel sounded embarrassed and hesitant to explain. All right, Ciro rolled over on his side, deciding not to press any further. Good luck with that. Thank you, champion. The next few days were a blur as Ciro gradually settled into his grueling routine. He woke up, got beaten up by Enzo for 6 hours, and went home, occasionally grabbing dinner with Nala and Amaya or Enzo and Kit. Hey, Ciro, Nala said one evening as they ate dinner at a nearby diner. I heard you've been hanging out with Enzo and Kit more. Is everything alright? Ciro smirked when he caught Amaya perking up at the mention of the demonic judge. Yeah. There's not much else I can say. At this point, I've gotten Enzo to use a little less than half his strength, and it's been incredibly difficult to handle. We've decided to focus on training my stamina now. Nala quietly studied him. You do seem a bit more sharp. Like you're aware of yourself. I'm not sure what that means. You seem stronger. Amaya clarified for her. Not to speak for Nala, but in a little under 2 weeks, I've noticed your mana aura has significantly grown denser. My mana aura? Amaya nodded. Nala and I have advanced hybrid classes. Her Shade Reaper is a hybrid of the Thief and Mage, whereas my Spellblade is the Warrior and Mage. All mages have the Spell Sense passive, which allows us to see the mana aura of other ascendants, among other things. Oh, that's cool. Ciro recalled the brief lesson Amaya gave him over classes a while back. Yeah, you seem to be getting a lot more control over your power, Nala chipped in. It's actually quite impressive. I hadn't noticed it, Ciro was slightly surprised. Guess getting beaten up for hours on end really does work. Anyways, I have some good news and some bad news. Amaya shared a look with Nala. Which one do you want first? Gimme the bad news first. Well, Amaya chewed on the nail of her thumb. The bad news is, you can't sign the lease for your new penthouse suite until the first day of the tournament this week. And your gold reward is also still pending. Not to mention, there's virtually no trace of your father. Ciro opened his mouth to speak, but nothing came out. Oh, he finally said after a while. I hope the good news makes up for the bad. The good news is, the association will be paying for your meals starting today until the end of next month. Amaya smiled apologetically. There was no good news, was there? Sorry. I was hoping to sugarcoat it as much as possible. The liaison looked down at her glass. Well, we just wanted to also let you know that we're here for you. How are you feeling about the tournament? Nala looked at him, a subtle hint of concern in her eyes. Cyril leaned back in his chair and sighed heavily. He wanted to be honest and admit that he was growing more and more anxious each time someone asked him how he felt regarding the event. To him, it seemed like everyone had no faith in his abilities. A little worried, because I feel like if I get the chance to fight against Elena, I'm going to throw the match. Both women stared at him with varying levels of disgust and disappointment. Chapter 23, Midterm Fight Day Part 1. Finally, it was the day of the tournament. Ciro felt extremely jittery as he rode in Amaya's car towards the center of the city, or as he learned a little while ago, the zone. I can't believe the world changed that much. Ciro muttered to himself, gazing through the window at the buildings that seemed to appear grander the closer they approached the center of the zone. Yeah, I figured you'd know about how the world works by now, but that's a lot of information for you to learn in just a month, hey. Ciro grunted. Because of the apocalypse a year ago, the rifts caused massive geographical changes, most noticeably the merging and formation of two giant continents. World leaders quickly gathered to discuss territorial authorities, which stagnated until the rise of the Ascendants. The new power forced political leaders to cooperate, resulting in the two hemispheres to have a nation president each. The hemispheres were then divided into 4 sectors: North, East, South, and West. Each sector had a leader, and were further divvied into numbered zones with their own leaders. So, if I recall correctly, we're in the 25th zone that used to be Texas. Right, Amaya nodded. It was decided earlier this year, so people are still adjusting to the new labels and whatnot. I will say though, it has been easier to adapt since the world is just 2 pieces of land now. Citizens of the 25th affectionately refer to this zone as the hotspot. Stupid name. Why? Ciro grew more nervous seeing the crowds of people flooding the streets towards the stadium. Amaya chuckled. First, it's the place with the most monster outbreaks. Well, I say that, but you already know that monster outbreaks are better contained now than when all of us were new to this. She swerved hard to dodge an incoming bike. Second, it's also the place where a majority of the top 10 S ranks reside. For some reason, the 25th takes pride in going big with everything. Makes me wonder if those 2 things are related to one another. The stadium loomed in the distance, a massive arena that could easily fit thousands of spectators. Ciro gazed at the enormous screens that displayed various messages, catching his name on one of them. The air was electric with anticipation and excitement as the crowd streamed towards the entrance. Amaya maneuvered her car through the bustling throng, expertly avoiding pedestrians and other vehicles. We're almost there. You got this, Ciro. Both he and Amaya screamed as they whirled around to find Kit in the back seat, grinning. Hey! How ya doing? Ready to fight? She asked cheerfully, as if she hadn't just popped in out of nowhere. Holy shit, Kit! You have to stop doing that. Ciro felt his heart racing. I almost hit someone. Amaya let out a weak whimper. Sorry. Just excited to see my little bookworm in his first tournament. Kit glanced at Ciro with a sparkle in her eyes. I don't even like books. Ciro muttered as he avoided her eyes, catching the frown on Amaya's face at the last second. Well, I just wanted to pop in and cheer you on, since your teacher has me on perimeter duty. Kid made a face. Good luck in the first round. Wait, Enzo's not coming. Ciro saw Amaya's head perk up. Nope. Him and Gregor are coordinating with the Special Protections Division to patrol the 25th with the military. It's funny cause the military thinks that it's another normal security job and Enzo is so annoyed at their ignorance. Yeah, that sounds like him. Kid gave Ciro a sympathetic smile. I'll tell your teacher that you miss him. I really don't. Also, before I go, I need to let you and Amaya know that the janitors have placed 2 of their own in the stadiums in case anything happens today. Oh. Amaya finally guided the car out of the crowd and pulled into the dimly lit designated parking garage for competitors. Who? Ah, Cassandra and Kid's face dropped with distaste. Max. Him, out of all people. Amaya seemed to feel the same way. Who's Max? Ciro glanced between the both of them. Someone you'll hopefully won't have to meet. Between Enzo and him, I'm actually glad that you were paired with Enzo instead. Kid patted Ciro's head. Look, there's the entrance. Ciro directed his eyes to where Kid was pointing, realizing they were approaching the grand, ornate double doors of the stadium. He turned back to see Kid had disappeared. Ugh, I hate when she does that, Ciro grumbled, leaning back in his seat. After parking, Amaya accompanied Ciro to the entrance, where a short line of the other participants were being checked in. He could feel his anxiety rising the closer they got, the crowd of spectators growing louder as they approached the stadium entrance. A burly man at the front of the line looked Ciro up and down, glancing back at his Ascendant ID and checking off his name on a clipboard before handing him a sturdy black card. Good luck, kid, he muttered before moving on to the next person. The pair entered the stadium back entrance, the cheers of the crowd swirling around them as they navigated their way through the brightly lit tunnels leading to the locker rooms. The longer they walked, the more Ciro began to doubt himself. Champion, I believe in you. You've worked harder than I've ever seen you done in the past 2 weeks. Afiel said, as if sensing his feelings. Ciro let out a small breath, appreciating her reassurance. At least, he thought she was. Thanks, Afiel. So, they'll probably reiterate what I said earlier, but the tournament spans over 3 days. Today we'll cut the number of participants from 32 to 16, tomorrow we'll further reduce from 16 to 8, and finally on Sunday, it will go from 8 to 4 down to the last 2. Amaya gave Ciro a side eye. Don't stress too much. Just give your best, okay? Yep, Ciro kept his gaze forward. I'll do my best and scout the competition to look for anyone shady. They finally reached the waiting area before the locker rooms, where a couple of officials were organizing the participants into their respective areas. The waiting area was decently spacious, with a row of chairs lining one wall, a few vending machines on the other, and a couple of couches and tables in the center. The floor was a polished marble, reflecting the bustle of activity around them. Behind the officials were 2 doors to the locker rooms, where participants were entering to change and prepare themselves. Above the doors were 2 large screen TVs that Ciro guessed would broadcast the matches, though they were currently playing advertisements from guilds. To the far left were 2 doors that led to the arena of the stadium, each door most likely guiding the contestants in opposite paths. To the right was the exit, leading back to the main stadium. Well, good luck. I'll be watching from the bleachers. Amaya gave Ciro a pat on the back before she left. Ciro took a couple of deep breaths before he turned his attention to the other ascendants in the waiting area. They were a diverse bunch, ranging from young teenagers to middle-aged adults, and all looked equally nervous and determined. He spotted the 4 suspects Amaya had described and still felt as if they weren't involved with the culling. The 2 doors to the arena stood like sentinels, beckoning the participants forward, but for now, they were forced to wait their turn. He glanced up at the TVs to distract himself, determining that the crowd now didn't seem suspicious at all as he sat in a chair against the wall. Each of the guilds had created their own commercials, showing off their strengths and boasting about their chances of winning. Zero couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy as he recognized some of the faces from the videos as his competitors. The murmuring of his competitors suddenly lowered, causing him to look away. Zero followed everyone's gaze to the tunnel entrance, where he saw a beautiful woman walk in. He blinked when he recognized her as Elena Hale from the headshot photo Amaya had shown him a few weeks ago. The woman had long, curly black hair that framed her delicate features perfectly, and her fair skin seemed to glow in the stadium lights. She was dressed in a sleek, form-fitting black business suit and slacks that hugged her curves, and she moved with the grace of a dancer. As she walked over to the officials, her brown eyes swept across the waiting area, meeting each person's eyes with a piercing gaze before moving on to the next. Zero felt a strange mixture of awe and nervousness as he watched her. Oh, that champion seems very strong. Even Afiel seemed amazed. Well, that reassures me a lot, thanks. After checking in with the officials, Elena took a seat on the couches in the middle of the room, crossing her legs and pulling out a book. Zero got the impression she didn't need to use the locker rooms for the first day. Hey, Zero. Glad to see you again. A familiar voice caught his attention. Zero glanced back towards the tunnel entrance, seeing the boyish face of Raoul grinning at him. Zero's mood soured, but immediately improved when he caught sight of Kana right behind him. Hey, Zero waved at them as they approached. The pair seemed ready for combat, with Raoul in a white t-shirt and athletic shorts, his hands wrapped in bandages. Kana was dressed in a form-fitting, black Kevlar bodysuit, her short black hair tied up in a bun. You ready for this? Kana asked as she sat down next to him. Of course he is. Raoul interjected before he could reply, sitting down on the other side of Zero. I'm sure he's itching to fight against me. Not really, but yet, I'm ready. Zero suavely replied to Kana, masking his nervousness. The quiet murmur in the room abruptly ceased as everyone's attention was directed back at the tunnel entrance. Zero sensed a massive pressure approaching, which made even Elena break away from her book. Reminiscent of the demonic judge, his neatly groomed white hair and bright red eyes were the first thing that Zero noticed. Liam was dressed in a solid black hoodie and black shorts, a stark contrast to Enzo's professional wear. He casually strolled to the center of the room, hands in his hoodie pockets, and plopped down right next to Elena. He slouched on the couch and stared up at the screens, completely oblivious to the stares from the other participants. The entire room was silent as the ascendants kept their eyes on the two S ranks. Even the officials standing near the doors were quiet in the presence of the two powerful individuals. Elena gave Liam a quick glance before returning to her book as if nothing happened. Zero could literally feel the weight of tension in the air. I would love the chance to go against that guy, Raoul muttered underneath his breath. Zero had to disagree. If Liam was anything like Enzo, then he wanted nothing more than to avoid facing the demonic judge's brother. The waiting area continued to remain silent aside from the occasional whispers or coughs as the rest of the participants arrived. When the last of the ascendants filed in, the officials gathered at the front of the room to instruct the participants. As they droned on about how today's schedule would run 2 matches at a time to get through the participants, Zero scanned his competition, trying to catch anything out of the ordinary. His perfect analysis returned nothing odd, confirming his suspicions that none of the participants here were involved. And so, in about 10 minutes, we will begin with calling out your names to enter the arena, the head official finished up. He wore a black cap, blue polo shirt, and khaki shorts, the staple uniform for the event affiliates. Zero noticed he had a scar underneath his eye that looked recent and wondered if he was also an ascendant. He trained his perfect analysis on the officials and realized that a good portion of them had traces of mana or energy residue. Hey, are some of the officials ascendants, too? Zero leaned over and whispered to Kana. Hey? Of course. Ascendants are needed to handle other ascendants. I'm just wondering why they never dispatched at least one S-rank considering there's 3 of them here. Raoul butted in, much to Ciro's annoyance. At any rate, it should be fine, since Elena and Liam could be expected to step in if things were to get out of hand. Cool. Ciro leaned back in his chair as he waited for his turn. Chapter 24, Midterm Fight Day Part 2. Ciro, much like the other waiting ascendants, kept himself busy by watching the matches on the TV screens. The first 4 ascendants were called up and had entered the arena. On the screen, Ciro could see the entirety of what the stadium and arena looked like. The bare dirt arena itself was sectioned into semicircles by a shimmering wall of what looked like opaque white mana, a sight that made Ciro wonder how it was constructed. The stadium seats were filled with spectators, but Ciro could only focus on the arena itself. The 4 ascendants were paired off and placed in either of the semicircles, cleverly enabling 2 matches to occur side by side. The first match was between an A-rank warrior named Lucas and a B-rank mage named Lily. Lucas had a calm, composed air about him, while Lily looked nervous and twitchy. As the referee announced the start of the match, both combatants took a deep breath and stepped forward. They exchanged glances for a moment before charging at each other. The crowd erupted into cheers as their fists and spells clashed in the center of the arena. On the other side was a fight between an A-rank vanguard named Cone and an A-rank guardian named Braddock. From the site Ciro referenced to, he learned both of their classes were advanced hybrids, the vanguard a mix of a warrior and brawler whereas the guardian was a mix of a brawler and healer. The 2 combatants had already engaged in a brief clash, with both sides seemingly evenly matched. The crowd cheered on as they fought, their skills on full display. Ciro clicked his tongue in vexation, his perfect analysis and copy unable to work through the screens. It would have been perfect if he was able to copy the skills from both matches, or at least use his analysis. Why can't I use my skills in front of a screen? Oh, perhaps it's because your abilities require you to absorb mana through your sight. A feel popped in his thoughts. Absorb mana through my sight? I thought my abilities didn't use mana. Well, yes, and no. Hecate discovered that your abilities do not use mana, but does require it in order to add that information to your database, so to speak. Ciro had to process her words for a moment. So, like, it's if I wanted to copy a painting, but I need the exact colors to replicate it. That's well, I presume if you want to think of it like that then, yes. Afiel collected her thoughts. For example, Ma'at's champion. You were able to copy his skills because you saw the raw mana he used to perform them, resulting in you being able to memorize the formula used to cast it. That makes sense, Ciro begrudgingly admitted. Guess the scholar isn't as broken as I thought it was. To be honest, champion, you are the very first scholar in existence. There is little to no information about your class even within the records of divinity. Ciro was about to ask about Afiel's words when a thundering cheer boomed from one of the televisions, its distant origin muted from above. One of the matches had ended, and Ciro couldn't help but shift his attention to the screen. The victor was the B-rank mage Lily, who'd defeated the A-rank warrior Lucas in a surprising twist. Amazing, Raoul said in astonishment. That mage was able to play to her strengths and fight him at a distance. I was betting on the warrior to win, but I'll gladly take this loss. On screen, the crowd cheered as Lily stepped forward, her face flushed from exertion. The referee placed a hand on her shoulder in congratulations before turning to face the other side of the arena. The A-rank Vanguard Cone and the A-rank Guardian Braddock were still locked in combat, their fighting styles a sight to behold. Ciro turned his attention back to Raoul, who seemed to be deep in thought. So, who do you think will win in the other match, then? He asked. Both are advanced hybrids of the brawler class, but the Vanguard has a slight edge due to his warrior mix, Raoul murmured sagely. I believe that the Vanguard will win. The crowd cheered as Braddock the Guardian was able to withstand Cone's broadsword slash with his shield and countered with a mana-empowered shield bash straight to his face, knocking him away. Braddock immediately followed up by leaping up into the air and bringing down another mana shield bash down onto Cone, ending the match. Ah, Rahul nodded as the referee announced Braddock as the victor. It seems I was wrong again. Ciro questioned how Rahul managed to advance to an S rank. The match participants were then escorted to the infirmary, with the victors in better shape than their opponents. Shortly after, the winners returned to the waiting area where the remaining ascendants congratulated them. For the next few hours, Ciro waited nervously as he watched each match on the screen. His own upcoming match was the last of the day, and he could feel his heart pounding in his chest. Even though Enzo hadn't exactly held back during their training, Ciro spiraled in his thoughts, wondering if he would slip up and make any mistakes. Champion, trust yourself and your abilities. Afiel seemed to sense his anxiety. Right. Thanks, Afiel. Ciro could feel himself calming down already. Whether it was due to his rationality or Afiel herself, Ciro was thankful for the reassurance. Raul Delgado. Please, come forward and enter. One of the officials called out. Finally. Raul got up and grinned at Ciro. I've been itching to fight. Hayes Earl. Enter the door next to Raul. Good luck. Ciro nodded to Raul. After the pair entered, the officials turned back to the ascendants again. Can you come up and enter? Wishing you the absolute best of luck. I know you'll win. Ciro dropped his voice a few octaves. Kana smiled awkwardly and quickly walked up to the doors, her opponent already heading towards their arena. Ciro watched the screens as Raul faced off against the A-rank Savage Blade Hayes, whereas Kana stood before the A-rank Disruptor Sarah Lean. A quick search on his phone explained the Savage Blade was a pure line advancement of the Warrior class and the Disruptor was a hybrid advancement of the Archer and Thief classes. Interestingly, Kana's Dead Shot was also a hybrid of the Thief and Archer classes and Rawl's Rage Fist was a pure line advancement of the Brawler class. The match between Raul and Hayes was intense, with both fighters exchanging blows at a ferocious pace. It seemed that Raul had the upper hand with his Rage Fist's close combat, preventing Hayes from swinging his giant serrated sword properly. Raul, however, underestimated Hayes' agility, and a well-timed spinning kick sent Raul flying across the arena, leaving him momentarily stunned. The crowd gasped as they saw their chance and cheered on the Savage Blade. Meanwhile, the gunfight between Kana and Sarah was just as exciting, with both girls moving at lightning speed, their guns blazing. Kana's dual pistols fired off rapid monorail guns, but Sarah was able to avoid the shots using yellow mana smoke bombs, retaliating with shots from her assault rifle. The crowd cheered as Kana managed to dodge several of Sarah's shots, but the woman in the black Kevlar was quickly running out of mana for her defense. The match between Raul and Hayes intensified further, with both fighters now battling it out in close combat. Rawl's rage-fueled attacks were relentless, but Hayes' agility and knowledge of the blade allowed him to parry and riposte with deadly precision. The crowd roared as they witnessed a clash of titans, each fighter pushing the other to their limits. Slowly, but surely, Rawl's skills overtook Hayes' defenses, the Rage Fist's orange-colored mana swirling around his body as it enhanced every strike. The Savage Blade's movements became more and more desperate, but it was clear that Raul was in control of the match. The crowd began to chant his name, urging him on. In the other arena, Kana and Sarah's gunfight continued unabated. Kana was now out of mana for defense, and her movements were becoming more and more reckless as she tried to close the distance between her and Sarah. Sarah, seeing an opportunity, switched to her pistols and began to fire at Kana at point-blank range. Kana dodged and weaved, her agility and training as a dead shot proving invaluable. Ciro watched in amazement as Kana threw both her pistols at Sarah with deadly precision. The Disruptor was caught off guard by the sudden action, as was everyone else in the arena. Sarah managed to shoot the pistols away, but by then, Kana was already in front of her. Holding out a palm, Kana fired a point-blank mana nuke with the last of her reserves, blasting Sarah away into the wall of mana. The Disruptor smacked against the barrier, hard, and slumped on the ground, unconscious. The shockwave caught Kana as well, launching her away from the center of the explosion, but she quickly pivoted into a backflip and landed in a crouching position. Hey, maybe I should remember to do that next time I fire a point-blank nuke. Zero muttered to himself as the crowd clamored in an uproar. As Kana's match ended, Rawl's fight was reaching a climax. The Rage Fist had Hayes backed up against a wall, relentlessly battering him with powerful blows. The Savage Blade's sword lay on the ground, useless, as he struggled to defend against Rawl's onslaught. The crowd chanted Rawl's name, urging him to finish the match. Suddenly, Hayes managed to summon a small amount of mana and launched a desperate counterattack, calling his serrated blade to him. Raoul was caught off guard, and the blade of the Savage Blade sliced through his defenses, opening a deep gash in his chest. Raoul stumbled back, surprised and hurt, but not defeated. The crowd held its breath as Raoul gathered mana for one final attack. It seemed like Hayes had the win as he swung his sword down faster than Raoul could block. If it hadn't been for Enzo's training, Zero would have never been able to catch it. In a split second, Raoul managed to lean back slightly, taking another slash as he simultaneously fired an empowered punch. The blow connected with Hayes's chest, sending him flying across the arena. As the crowd gasped, Raoul recovered from the impact and dashed towards his opponent. With a roar, he leapt into the air, concentrating a dense amount of orange mana around his fist before bringing it crashing down on Hayes. The resulting impact produced a giant expanding ring of mana as a resounding boom echoed across the crescent arena. When the dust settled, Raoul stood over Hayes, his fist still cocked back, ready to deliver another blow. But to his surprise, the Savage Blade wasn't moving. He had won. The crowd erupted into a frenzy of cheers and applause as Raoul raised his head in triumph. Am I even on the same level as them? Zero wondered, slightly worried for his turn. Chapter 25, Midterm Fight Day Part 3. Gradually, the ascendants in the waiting room began to thin out as the first day of the tournament progressed. Both Kana and Raoul came back to check on Zero and cheer him on for his upcoming match before they ventured into a different waiting area for the victors. Zero kept watching the matches on screen, studying and memorizing each of the victors' moves and skills as best he could without his perfect analysis and copy. Before he knew it, there were 8 people in the room. Including himself, the remaining ascendants were the 4 suspects, a tanned muscular bald man, Liam, and Elena. Elena Hale, Melissa Holden, you guys are up next. Melissa stood up, giving Zero the chance to analyze her. She had short, blonde hair, a petite frame, and black, small-rimmed glasses over her green eyes. Wearing a brown cloth robe tied at the waist, she reminded Zero of a monk. The 2 women entered their respective doors, Melissa visibly nervous to face the S rank. Zero sympathized with her, considering he had trained with Enzo, but even that was just training. Pierce Roy, Liam, please enter now. The second suspect, Pierce, was a lanky man, with his long brown hair pulled back into a man bun and a goatee that hugged his chin. He wore a navy blue windbreaker and khaki shorts, causing Zero to wonder just what kind of outfits the ascendants here thought were combat appropriate. If Melissa was anxious, Pierce looked absolutely terrified as he trailed behind Liam, reluctant to enter his door as his blue eyes shifted back and forth from the arena entrance and the exit. As the contestants came onto the arena, Zero discreetly used his perfect analysis to check on the remaining competitors in the room. Minnie Stout, the A-rank sharpshooter, seemed relaxed, probably because the 2 biggest threats were out of the room. She was short and stocky, with fiery red curly hair and dark green eyes. She had freckles, and wore black leather leggings and a pullover shawl. The A-rank raider, Esther Pines, seemed equally as relaxed, boldly taking a seat on the couches after the S-ranks departed. She had cropped brown hair, dark brown eyes, and a chiseled jawline, wearing a grey tank top and blue biker shorts that showed off her well-defined muscles. Zero finally focused his attention on the bald man, who was sitting in his row near the front, right next to the arena doors. He was huge, about the same size as Gregor, and his outfit consisted of dark blue jeans and a fitted white t-shirt that seemed to stretch against his bulging muscles. His arms were folded and eyes were closed, as if deep in thought. Or resting. Considering the rest of the competition, Ciro could understand if the man felt confident about the last two matches. As he directed his gaze back to the screens, Ciro felt very conflicted. On one hand, he was reluctant to fight either of the two women, since they were pretty cute. On the other hand, he didn't want to face the giant man either. He shook his head, deciding that he'd worry about that later. For now, the matches were about to begin. On one of the screens, the crowd cheered loudly as Elena stepped into the crescent arena with an air of confidence. Melissa quivered as she watched the scale tamer approach. Ciro briefly took out his phone to research Melissa's exorcist class, which was a pure line advancement of the mage. Ciro looked back up at the other screen and was met with surprise as he saw Liam standing alone, his hands in his hoodie pockets. Due to Pierce Roy's forfeit, Liam wins by default. He will move on to the next round. The announcer declared, adding fuel to the cries of the audience. Liam's bored expression never changed as he turned and walked off the arena. The next match will be moved up to accommodate the empty half. Minnie Stout vs Esther Pines. Fuck. Ciro thought to himself as he watched the two women get up and enter the arena doors. Although he would rather fight either of the two women, he had to admit that the bald man was still a better alternative to fighting Liam. On the other side, Elena stood patiently, her sharp gaze bearing down on the fidgeting Melissa. As Minnie and Esther finally took their places on the other side of the mono wall, the announcer began a countdown. Ascendants, get ready. The matches will begin in 5, 4, 3, 2. As he finished the countdown, Minnie and Esther immediately engaged in battle. Minnie's sharpshooter class was a pure line advancement of the archer, while Esther's raider class was a hybrid advancement of the warrior and thief. Minnie conjured two silver pistols, running around and raining gunfire at her opponent. Esther quickly created two single-bladed short axes and casted what seemed like a similar skill to Ciro's iron skin. The sharpshooter's shots glanced off Esther's skin and axe blades, though it seemed like they stung regardless. Meanwhile, on the other side, Elena calmly stood with her arms folded, as if waiting for Melissa to make the first move. Melissa was clearly intimidated by the scaletamer's presence and stature. She was breathing heavily, her eyes darting around the arena nervously. Finally, the exorcist seemed to crack under the pressure, dashing back to create some distance between them. Melissa pressed her palms together as if in prayer, and a swirling blue light began to envelope her. Elena remained motionless, watching her gather her mana. As Melissa completed the ritual, a blue aura surrounded her, and she let out a triumphant shout. She pointed her hands at the ground, and a blue portal appeared nearby. With a final flourish, she sent a gust of wind towards Elena, knocking her back several steps. The wind dissipated, revealing that Melissa had teleported through the portal, appearing behind the scale tamer. Elena was unfazed, regaining her balance and performing a quick pirouette to face Melissa. The exorcist had a moment of surprise, but recovered as she sent a tangling mass of blue chains towards the scale tamer. With a smile, Elena snapped her fingers, opening a jade portal behind her. Seconds later, a massive olive reptile roared forth from the rift, smacking the chains away with a slap of its hulking tail. Ciro got a clearer view of the creature as it landed with a deep and resonating thud, almost drowning out the cheers of the audience. That is, one massive alligator. Ciro figured the reptile was slightly larger than a school bus, considering how dwarfish the two women were compared to it. Elena's familiar roared, causing Melissa to freeze in fear. The gargantuan beast stomped towards the exorcist, who immediately raised her hands in surrender. As the announcer declared Elena the victor, Ciro turned his attention back to the other screen to see how Minnie and Esther's match was going. The two women were now engaged in close-quarters combat, their weapons clashing and sparks flying. Minnie's pistols had a clear advantage in range, but Esther's axe allowed her to counterattack with devastating force. After several minutes of back and forth, the match came to an abrupt end when Minnie stumbled backwards, tripping over her own feet. Esther quickly took advantage of the opportunity, delivering a powerful overhead swing to the head that caused the sharpshooter to crumple to the ground, unconscious. The audience erupted in cheers as the raider stood triumphant over her fallen opponent. Even Zero couldn't help but admire the skill and cunning Esther had shown in the match. As the announcer declared Esther the winner, she bowed gracefully to the crowd. "Get ready, you two." One of the officials nodded to Zero and the bald man. Zero realized his leg had been bouncing up and down for a while. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly, feeling the tension slip away from his body. His rationality went into effect, clearing his mind of his worries and doubts. Zero glanced at his phone once more, looking at his texts. Amaya had wished him luck while Nala had sent him a photo of a baby turtle. He still wasn't exactly sure why the Shade Reaper continued to send him random photos, but in that moment, it was comforting. "Zero Castle, Sal Tones, you guys are up." Steeling himself, Zero got up and followed the bald man up to the arena doors, making sure to store his valuables in his shadow shift pocket. His opponent gave him a single glance before entering the door on the right, a hint of pity in his beige eyes. Zero fought the urge to scowl as he entered the door on the left. As the door clanged shut behind him, there was an official waiting for him in the corridor. She was a young woman, shorter than Zero, wearing the same cap, polo, and khakis as the officials inside. Her blonde ponytail was strung through the hole on the back of her cap as she turned to face Zero. "Ready?" "Yeah," he lied, trying to look cool in front of her. With a nod, the blonde turned on her heel and briskly ventured deeper into the fluorescent-lit hallway. The sounds of their steps echoed ominously, as if taunting Zero. "So, you do this often?" he asked, trying to make conversation. "Oh, I've been here for a while now," the blonde replied, not looking back. "Since the very first tournament last year." "You like working at these events?" Zero saw the blonde shrug. "It's not like it's fun or anything, but the pay is pretty good. Especially for non-ascendants like me." "Flirting before the match, hey? My little bookworm can't be stopped." Zero yelped and turned his head to see Kit walking alongside him with a mischievous grin. She was wearing the same outfit as the officials, which Zero had to admit, looked really good on her. "What the fuck are you doing here?" he hissed, keeping an eye on the woman in front of them. "Hey!" Kit tilted her head as she stared at him with her mismatched eyes. "I can't just pop in to say good luck." She pursed her lips together in a pout that made Zero blush. "Not that I don't appreciate it, but are you even allowed to be here right now?" Zero couldn't understand why Kit wasn't as cautious as he was. "Are you worried about that girl in front of us?" Kit gave him a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, I've altered her perception a bit, so she currently thinks it's still just you and her." Zero stared at Kit blankly. How? Cat paradox. That doesn't explain anything. In fact, I have more questions. "Well, that's all you need to know for now," the paradox stuck out her tongue playfully. "I'm just here to wish you luck. Oh, and to pass along a message from your teacher. He's not my ugh, what did he say?" Kit tapped her chin with a finger. "He said something like, if you lose, I will beat your ass even worse than training," to paraphrase. Zero could feel the pressure on him grow heavier, but the threat of getting pummeled by the demonic judge was strangely motivating for all the wrong reasons. "Oh, and he also said that if you won, he'd introduce you to the other members in his branch so you could copy their skills." Zero nearly tripped over his feet. Now that was a good incentive. "I'm a little jealous," Kit smiled wryly at Zero's reaction. "It's not like me to get in the way of a teacher and student, but I want to reward you, too." "Hey!" Zero wiped the drool from his mouth. The corners of her mouth teased a smile. "Let's see, make it to the semifinals and I'll finally show you the cat paradox. How's that? Deal. Zero was already imagining all the juicy skills he'd be able to copy. Kit giggled and winked at him. Then, do your best, my little bookworm. Make sure you thank your guide too. Hey. Zero faced forward to find himself already at the arena entrance. He turned back to Kit to find her gone. The paradox had tricked him again. I hate when she does that. Zero scowled. What was that? The blonde woman asked him as she gripped the door handle. Nothing, Zero sighed, stretching his body and gathering himself to enter the arena. Thanks for the escort. Chapter 26, Midterm Fight Day Final Part. Zero thought that it would look the same as what he saw on the screens prior, but as he stepped into the arena, he discovered that that wasn't the case. The massive wall of mana had been taken down, opening up more room for the match. Zero felt his anxiety coming back as he walked onto the dirt, taking in the enormity of the arena. Far ahead in front of him, Sal Tones was already waiting for Zero, appearing relaxed as he stood there watching. Zero focused on the shining glare atop his bald head. The clamoring of the crowd reverberated around the stadium, preventing Zero from thinking clearly. His heart thumped in his chest, his breathing shallow and quick. He trudged on, approaching his opponent who folded his arms expectantly. A man wearing the official's outfit that Zero assumed to be the referee jogged up to the pair, a whistle around his neck. Before the match starts, there are some ground rules you guys need to be aware of. The man glanced from Zero to Sal. First, no killing blows. Second, do not continue if your opponent can't fight anymore, or they surrender. Third, when I blow the whistle, both of you must cease fighting. Got it? Both Zero and his opponent nodded. Good, then the match will start soon. Take your places however you want. Do not use anything until the announcer finishes his count. The referee jogged back to safety, holding up his hand in a thumbs up. Sorry in advance. Sal finally spoke, his voice a deep bass. He unfolded his arms and turned to walk a few paces away to create some distance. Zero's eyes twitched in annoyance at his opponent's confident arrogance. His irritation began to quell his nervousness. You got this, champion. Afiel cheered in his thoughts. Thanks. Zero muttered under his breath as he widened the distance between them as well. His rationality activated, clearing his mind of negative emotions and distractions. As he turned around, Zero took a deep breath and relaxed his body. Enzo's words came floating back to him. Don't give your opponent a chance to breathe. Blitz them before they understand what you're capable of, but don't burn yourself out, either. Here we go folks, the last match of the day. Sal Tones, the buff and burly siege guard versus Zero Castle, the mysterious scholar. The announcer seemed like he was forcing energy into his words. The crowd cheered, though it wasn't as loud as it was towards the beginning of the tournament. Just as well, since Zero didn't need the added pressure. Your greatest strength is your unpredictability and your copy cheat skill. If your opponent can't figure you out, then they'll have a hard time coming up with a way to beat you. Zero placed his left foot forward while raising the heel of his right foot, slightly crouching. Sal watched him motionlessly, but with a wary gaze. The announcer began to count down. 5. Even if it seems like you have no chance of winning, keep pushing. Zero tensed the muscles in his legs. 4. It doesn't matter if it's training, a friendly spar, or a street brawl. He gazed at Sal, who made no attempt to prepare himself. 3. Fight with your life on the line, and remember one thing. The cries of the audience faded away in the background as Zero concentrated. 2. When you get hit, hit them back harder. 1. Zero immediately pushed off his right foot, launching forward while simultaneously activating perfect analysis, iron skin, inspiration, and his energy and mana efficiencies. A look of shock flashed across Sal's face as he registered the speed at which Zero came towards him. Reacting quickly, Sal immediately brought both arms towards his right shoulder, as if miming carrying a rocket launcher. Streams of dark blue mana swirled around his hands and soon coalesced into a massive navy blue cannon that rested on his shoulders. The siege guard dropped to one knee, his right hand on the cannon's handle while his left supported the barrel. Zero continued forward, unafraid as he copied the mana cannon creation skill. His analysis fed him different courses of action as Sal gathered dark blue mana within the barrel of the cannon. Seconds later, a powerful beam of mana raced from Sal's cannon, quickly meeting Zero. Just before impact, Zero casted Shadow Sneak, feeling his body become weightless and intangible. The mana beam pierced through his body harmlessly, though it was a strange sensation to feel. It was like a breeze blowing on his stomach and back at the same time. Rematerializing, Zero immediately threw out a fire blast as he closed the distance between them. He suspected that since Sal was a long-ranged class, he probably wouldn't be good in close combat, contrary to his body shape. Zero's hunch was proven wrong as Sal immediately readjusted to a stand, swinging his cannon up and slamming it down on the dirt. The impact sent a rippling shockwave of dust as dark blue mana billowed out from the cannon, rising and enveloping the siege guard in a hexagonal bubble. Zero's body buzzed as he copied the skill his analysis informed him was called Force Field. He didn't have to think about what the skill did as he dashed behind Sal, catching sight of his fire blast crashing against the bubble. Zero threw out several mana knives at the ground behind Sal, who whirled around in surprise. Even before his opponent removed a hexagonal panel and aimed his cannon at him, Zero leapt up into the air, injecting a portion of mana into his jump to add more strength. Sal quickly replaced the panel and removed the one above, repositioning his cannon at Zero. But Zero had already conjured his mana blade and snapped his fingers, causing the knives below to detonate, shaking the siege guard's focus. He quickly extended his left palm in line with the force field's opening, firing off a mana nuke. Sal was much better than he expected, shooting his own cannon blast that met Zero's nuke in mid-air, resulting in an explosion of dark blue and green. Zero was knocked away, but transmuted into shadows to land safely on the ground, a short distance from Sal. Zero could see the bubble flicker and disappear as Sal swung his cannon to clear the smoke. Holy, what an explosive beginning! Who knew that the scholar was this ferocious? The crowd roared in approval, their energy reignited by the intense and rapid performance. I underestimated you, Sal began as he lifted his cannon back onto his shoulder. So, I'll go all out from now on. Your head's shiny. Zero responded. Sal's face flushed red, his eyes narrowing dangerously. It seemed like it was a sore topic for him. I'm going to enjoy beating you senseless. He shouted, his voice filled with rage. Dark blue mana began to charge within his cannon as he aimed it at Zero. Why did you provoke him like that? Afiel asked incredulously. Zero ignored her for the moment, preparing himself for Sal's attack. The siege guard's cannon launched a massive stream of mana directly at him as Zero quickly dispersed his sword, lifting both hands to the sky. Before the beam reached him, Zero conjured the jury axe in his hands. The massive weapon was still impossibly heavy for him to wield, but that wasn't the use he had in mind. As the sheer weight began to topple forward, Zero guided the falling blade towards the direction of the mana beam. The jury slammed into the ground with a booming rumble, causing a massive shockwave to ripple straight forward. Just the force of the impact was enough to completely erase the mana beam and still carry through to Sal, who had a look of disbelief on his face. The siege guard quickly recovered and swung his cannon in front of him horizontally, taking the brunt of the shockwave with his weapon. Despite his muscular build, Sal was pushed back quite a few paces away. Zero let go of the jury, dashing forward with mana-enhanced speed as he formed his blade again, coating it with a green light. Thanks to the grueling training Zero endured with Enzo, his body felt extremely light and still brimming with energy as he fired off a mana nuke followed by a volley of mana railguns. Sal barely managed to slam down his force field as Zero's barrage connected, enveloping the bubble in a dark green smoke. Rapidly reaching Sal, Zero leapt up, dispersing his blade in favor of the jury once again. This time, the jury axe had more height to fall from, which Zero realized in hindsight may have been a bad idea. The weapon dropped down, stringing Zero along with it as it fell upon Sal's force field. The siege guard's eyes were speckled with fear as the blade of the axe immediately shattered the hexagonal bubble like it was glass, cleaved his cannon in half, and finally crashed to the ground. The impact actually flung the muscular Sal backwards through the air, and Zero literally had to hold onto the handle with both hands as he gritted his teeth to endure the aftershocks. That's the jury axe skill only seen from the demonic judge. And we've been informed that those nukes and railguns are can-use staple combo. Ladies and gentlemen, this is something never seen before in history. Zero is using skills from other classes. The crowd was deafening as it roared its satisfaction. Zero continued to tune them out as he regained his bearings and dispersed the jury. Far in front of him, Sal had landed on his back, and ungracefully scrambled back up to his feet. His beige eyes were filled with a mixture of surprise, anger, and fear. "What are you?" the siege guard yelled across the arena. Zero shrugged. "Someone who's disappointed in the match right now," he yelled back. "For a shiny-headed muscle man, you look like you're having trouble beating me senseless. Champion." Sal's face grew a deep crimson as his eyes were now burning with rage. "I will not hold back," he roared, conjuring not one, but two navy blue cannons, one in each hand. "Perfect," Zero muttered to himself. "Now, to make sure I dodge his shots so he can use more." Sal slammed both of his cannons on the ground, propelling himself forward at Zero like a missile. The unexpected move that evaded even his perfect analysis caused Zero to freeze in place. That precious second was all it took for Sal to get a clean hit on Zero, swinging both cannons sideways as he reached him, slamming the entirety of his left side. Zero had never been hit by a truck before, but he could guess it felt something similar to what he just felt as the two cannons smacked him away and into the arena wall. If he hadn't casted Iron Skin and Inspiration prior, Zero might have actually broken more than just his left arm, or perhaps died. As soon as Zero got his bearings, he found himself face first in the dirt, his entire body racked with pain. Immediately, he casted Recovery, juicing up his energy consumption to hasten the process. He struggled to his feet, seeing Sal stomping towards him menacingly. "Forfeit now." "That was just a warning hit," Sal bellowed. "How about you stop polishing your head so it doesn't shine that brightly?" "Champion, why are you doing this?" The siege guard paused, every vein in his body bulging. Finally, he smiled. "This won't kill you, but it'll definitely hurt." Sal swung his cannons up, then slammed them down, causing a dark blue hexagonal spider web to blossom outwards from the impact. The mana spread across half the arena, reaching to where Zero was. His body buzzed, copying the skill as Blast Zone. "Oh!" Zero murmured. Blast Zone was a skill that covered a large area, marking targets and tracking their every position while inside the zone. A sinking feeling grew in his stomach as Zero anticipated whatever Sal had planned next. "I really wanted to save this in case I ever got the chance to fight Liam, but you're pissing me off way too much," the siege guard shouted, heaving both cannons on his shoulders and aiming at the sky. Dark blue mana swirled around him, rapidly becoming bigger and bigger. Finally, Sal unleashed his skill that Zero copied as Starfall. "Holy fuck!" Zero whispered as Sal blasted countless beams of mana into the sky. The entire arena became bathed in a dark blue hue as the beams hovered in the air as spheres of mana, quickly blocking out the sun. As Sal fired off the last of the beams, the sky seemed to fall as the beams began to crash down, homing onto Zero. In the chaos of the crowd and the beams, Zero could faintly hear the high-pitched whistle of the referee. His rationality kicked in, calming him down and erasing his fear. "Champion, move. You will perish if you do not minimize the damage. Afiel screamed at him in desperation. Nah, just trust me. Zero smiled slightly as he pushed his energy efficiency to the limit. He tripled the effects of his inspiration in Iron Skin while stomping his foot to create his own green force field. Finally, he held a palm outwards at Sal, who had a satisfied look on his face. As the sky fell upon Zero, he casted Fairness at the last second, forcefully lowering Sal's strength and raising his own so they were somewhat equal. Sal's starfall connected, raining down on Zero's force field with a tumultuous thundering. It began to crack, which Zero had expected. He braced himself for what came next. As his force field broke apart, Zero crouched and protected his face with his arms as the mana beam slammed into him over and over. It hurt, so much so that Zero couldn't tell if he was screaming in pain or not. But he gritted his teeth and endured the barrage, recalling all the hits he took from Enzo. To Zero, this was nothing. Even as he fell to one knee, feeling the searing shock of the blasts and the force of their impacts, Zero continued to hold his ground. It was torturous, as if a gang of thugs were brutally whacking him with iron bats made of molten lava. He was dimly aware of the weird sensation in left arm, possibly because it was broken and hadn't healed yet. After what felt like an eternity, Zero opened his eyes. His hearing was completely muted, his eyesight tinged with dark blue. He was just barely able to make out the hulking figure of Sal walking towards him, a slight expression of awe on his face. Zero struggled to stand, feeling the effects of Fairness wash away. He couldn't quite hear the words Sal was saying, but as the siege guard raised his cannons once again, he could pretty much tell what he had said. He prayed that his body would listen to him as he mustered up the last of his strength and resources, releasing everything but inspiration to double his stats. As Sal began to swing his cannons down, Zero jerked his head up and sneered wickedly. The siege guard faltered, caught off guard by the sinister and grotesque expression on Zero's face, which gave him the opening he needed. The last of Zero's mana swirled in his right fist as he swung it forward, turning his entire body with the motion as he casted Fairness once more. His fist connected with the rock-hard ABS of Sal's stomach, fulfilling the requirements of revenge. Since the beginning of the match, Zero knew he would never outright beat Sal in a contest of strength. Firepower, maybe, if he relied on his nukes and railguns, but the siege guard's force field seemed durable enough to tank a majority of those hits. As his revenge enveloped Sal's body with a green light, Zero fell face forward on the ground. The green light exploded, the culmination of all the damage Zero had taken from Sal, which was empowered by Fairness and doubled by inspiration. The explosion flung Sal from the end of the arena that they were at all the way to the other side, where he slammed into the wall so hard, he became embedded in the concrete, creating a deep crater. Zero painfully pushed himself up in a kneeling position using his right arm, and confirmed that Sal had passed out from that attack. The entire arena was silent. The winner is Zero Castle. As the crowd erupted into cheers and the medics rushed towards him and Sal, Zero smiled weakly, raising his fist in triumph before he felt his consciousness fade away. Chapter 27, Uncomfortable Reunions. Zero woke up in a comfortable bed, temporarily disoriented by the bright lights and chatter of the arena infirmary. He glanced around, taking in his surroundings. He was in a clean, white room with large windows that let in warm, natural light. A soft, fluffy pillow cradled his head, and a cozy blanket was tucked around his body. The air smelled faintly of disinfectant and flowers. Zero took a deep breath, feeling the warmth flow back into his limbs. As he shifted his weight, he winced slightly at the pain in his left arm, which, while not broken anymore, still hadn't healed completely from the match against Sal. Towards his right, the door was slightly ajar, letting in the ambient chatter from other patients and staff. Although Zero was thankful for the privacy of the room, he couldn't help but feel a little lonesome. Hi. Zero agonizingly turned his head to see Kit sitting next to his bed, her mismatched eyes sparkling with excitement and pride. Hi, he croaked, his voice hoarse from the battle. His body was in excruciating pain from tanking the entirety of Sal's starfall, but it seemed like the medics had placed some sort of timed recovery spell on him, giving him some mobility. Kid beamed at him. How do you feel? Like shit. How long have I been out? Zero averted his eyes from her gaze. Just an hour or two. I'm surprised you're awake this quickly though. The paradox tilted her head curiously. You took quite a beating. Zero grimaced, wincing as he tried to move his left arm. Yeah, I know. He sighed, then looked up at Kit. Thanks for coming to see me. Of course, she purred. I knew you'd want to see a pretty woman when you first wake up. Yeah, I guess so. Zero glanced around the room. So, where's everyone else? Kit hummed to herself as she tapped her chin thoughtfully. Well, your teacher is still with Gregor, doing patrols around the city while people leave the stadium. Amaya went to deal with something urgent, and Nala went to help with the C-rank monster outbreak, I'm not sure where. Other than that, I'm not sure who else you're friends with. No, that's all. Zero felt his face heat up in embarrassment. The lack of friends coupled with how Kit was the only to visit him was mortifying. Kit giggled softly. Well, if it makes you feel any better, I'm sure they're all just busy. They'll come by eventually. She leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees, and gave him a sly smile. Besides, I'm sure you'd want to hear about what happened after you know. Wait, what happened? Zero's interest was piqued. The paradox's smile grew wider. After you passed out, the crowd went absolutely nuts. It was the first time anyone's ever seen a scholar before, and the way you fought out there using skills exclusive to other classes sparked several discussions over what your abilities truly are. Kit leaned forward with an excited gleam in her mismatched eyes. You're quickly becoming one of the most talked about ascendant in the world, overshadowing even Liam and Elena. Zero couldn't help but feel a small surge of pride at her words. He looked away, trying to appear nonchalant, but his heart was racing. That's interesting. Kit leaned over, looking into Zero's eyes. You don't look happy about that. Or, could it be that you're trying to hide it? She teased. Zero coughed, clearing his throat. I'm just surprised, I guess. He dropped his gaze, feeling a blush creeping up on his cheeks. It's not like I did it for attention or anything. True. Kit sat back and folded her arms, much to Zero's relief. You were supposed to enter undercover to see if there was anything fishy. Was there? Zero shook his head. Not that I could tell. Everyone was genuinely in a tournament mindset and I didn't sense anything out of the ordinary. Even the 4 suspects seemed normal. Interesting, Kit seemed lost in thought. She then stood up, stretching widely. You should discuss it more when the others get here. Yeah, will do. Are you heading out now? Don't worry, Kit stuck her tongue out playfully. I'll be back soon after I do my rounds of the stadium. Zero waited for her to distract him, but she simply waved goodbye and walked towards the door. I feel. He thought after a moment. Yes. How did I do? During your match? I was very impressed, though I did feel a tad concerned towards the end. Zero chuckled and immediately winced in regret. Yeah, that's fair. I had to do something crazy though, since I couldn't outright blitz him. He glanced at his left hand, gingerly wiggling his fingers. Enzo's training really helped me out. I don't think I would have been able to win. I suppose. But still, that was incredibly reckless of you. I guess, but you know I've always been reckless. Their conversation was interrupted when Zero's doctor came in to check up on him. After a few minutes, he determined that Zero would be fine, but recommended that he remain in the infirmary until the recovery spell restored his body. Zero pulled out his phone as the doctor left, scanning through the news. Kit's words rang true as he read some of the headlines highlighting his match. This is more than what I was expecting. He hadn't expected to be trending on all of the news sites as well as social media. In fact, Ciro had several missed calls and texts from unknown numbers, most likely from guilds or agencies trying to recruit him. It felt both exhilarating and intimidating, knowing that he was now in the eyes of the public. You okay? Ciro glanced up from his phone, finding Amaya standing next to his bed. She had switched out her usual liaison attire for something more comfortable, opting for a long-sleeved white top and black leggings. Though he was glad to see her, she had a slightly downtrodden look on her face. Yeah. I am, but are you? He put his phone away, giving her his full attention. Well, yes and no. She took a seat near his bed. There's something I have to tell you. Technically, it's something I have to show you, but we'll get to that when you're fully healed. Did you notice anything out of the ordinary with the participants? No, Ciro shook his head. I talked to Kit earlier before you came, and I didn't sense anything weird with them. Even the 4 suspects that you showed me seemed normal. Really? Amaya frowned. That's weird. Our sources thought that at least one of the participants would be involved. There was really no one suspicious. Ciro shook his head again. I'm not sure who your source was, but there wasn't a single thing out of the ordinary. Maybe they were wrong. They're usually never wrong. Amaya chewed the nail of her thumb. We'll look into it. Anyways, I have some good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Ciro gave a wry smile. Oh boy, I can't wait to hear the good news first. The liaison brightened and straightened up. Trust me, it is good this time. I was able to secure your new penthouse suite. You can move in immediately. Oh shit. Ciro's eyes gleamed wickedly. That more than makes up for the beating I got earlier. Yet. Amaya suddenly seemed uncomfortable. The other good news is that I found your dad. Oh. Ciro didn't know what to say. On one hand, he was relieved that his father was alive, but on the other, he wasn't sure if he should contact him after so many years of no communication. Perhaps he should, since the apocalypse really changed everything. Maybe Ciro would get the chance to mend things with him. So, there's a local hospital a few minutes from the stadium, Amaya continued, carefully watching Ciro's expressions. They treat ascendants and normal civilians alike. Okay. Ciro nodded slowly, not knowing where she was getting at. Your new place is a further drive away from the hospital, but it's still within walking distance. Are you letting me know this because I always seem to end up in the hospital? Ciro joked, glancing down at his state. No, Amaya chewed on her thumb again. It's because that's where I found your dad. He's been in there ever since the apocalypse. After being discharged from the arena infirmary, Amaya had driven him over to check out his new living space. Ciro glanced around his new penthouse suite, taking in the luxurious scene. The furniture was modern and elegant, with floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a breathtaking view of the city. A fully equipped kitchen was tucked away in the corner, while a spacious living room with a large flat-screen television and comfortable sofas invited him to relax. The bedroom was just as opulent, with a king-sized bed and a stylish bathroom complete with a jacuzzi tub and walk-in shower. Even though this was something he had been looking forward to, Ciro couldn't help but think back to his father, and how he was literally a few minutes' drive away from here. He idly fiddled with his room card, a silver and sleek metallic rectangle that seemed a lot heavier than it should. Ciro sighed, shaking himself out of his thoughts and headed back down to where Amaya was waiting. Nala had joined them after dealing with the C-rank monster outbreak, dressed up in ripped black jeans and a simple dark purple crop top. You like it? Nala asked as he stepped out of the elevators and into the apartment lobby. Yeah, I guess. Ciro mumbled distractedly. The apartment lobby was just as lavish, with a water fountain and a concierge desk manned by 2 immaculately dressed attendants. He followed Amaya and Nala to the exit, his mind still on his father. He felt apprehensive about seeing his father again, with good reason. They hadn't spoken in so long, and their last interaction hadn't exactly been the most pleasant. His mind whirled with things he could say as Amaya drove them to the hospital. The sun was beginning to set, casting a warm glow over the city. Ciro tried to recall the last time he'd seen his father, feeling a mix of anger, resentment, and sadness well up inside him. He hadn't been a kid anymore, and his father hadn't been around to help him through the tough times. Maybe it was his fault, too, for not trying to reach out or make amends. But it was too late now, wasn't it? They were both different people, living in a different world. The trio pulled up to the institution, parking in the visitors' lot. Ciro took a deep breath and gathered his thoughts, forcing himself to be composed as he followed the women through the automatic doors. The smell of disinfectant and illness hung heavy in the air, making his stomach turn. They made their way to the reception desk, where a harried-looking nurse greeted them. "We're here to see a Tiro Castle," Amaya informed the nurse. Ciro didn't know how she knew his father's name, but decided he'd ask about that later. The nurse checked her computer, then nodded. "He's in room 403. Visiting hours end at 9. You have 2 hours." She handed them visitor passes, and they made their way to the elevators, going up to the 5th floor. Ciro's heart raced as they approached his father's room. Amaya knocked on the door, and a weak voice called for them to enter. Ciro didn't know what to expect when he walked into his father's room. It was small and dimly lit, with a single window covered by a thin sheet of metal. The bed was a metal frame with a thin mattress, and his father was propped up against the headboard, his once strong frame now frail and wasted. His dark hair had grayed and thinned out, and his red eyes seemed sunken into their sockets. He was wearing a thin hospital gown, revealing his emaciated body and the numerous tubes and wires that snaked in and out of him. On the opposite end of the room high above was a small flat-screen TV, quietly playing a random show. Ciro stepped forward, locking eyes with the man he hadn't seen for nearly 4 years. There was a vortex of things he wanted to say, stemming from anger, to regret, to happiness. "I'm sorry." Ciro froze in place, not registering his father's words at first. "What?" "I said," Tiro coughed harshly before he gasped for breath. "I'm sorry, Ciro. I should have never let you go." Ciro stared at his father, feeling a lump forming in his throat. He wanted to believe him, wanted to accept his apology. But how could he, when all these years he'd thought his father didn't care? He took a step back, his arms crossed over his chest. "Yeah, well, you did. And I've been doing fine without you." Ciro bit his tongue, realizing that that probably wasn't the best thing to say, considering his father's state. Sorry, that just slipped out. But, my point still stands. I've been doing fine without college." Tiro coughed again, his arms shaking as he reached for the water next to him. Ciro quickly responded, grabbing the water and pressing it up to his father's lips. "Thank you," Tiro wheezed after he drank. "It's been getting harder to move nowadays." Ciro set the bottle down and pulled up a chair, sitting next to his father. He was dimly aware of Nala and Amaya standing behind him. "Listen," his father began after clearing his throat. "You're right. I was pushing you to do better because I didn't want you to have to live like that forever. I didn't care about the cost, I just wanted you to have a better life. But, I should have understood your feelings too." Ciro shook his head. "We were poor, Dad. I didn't want you to overwork yourself to the point where you would end up like this. College was getting lonely and tedious. At that point in my life, I just needed my dad." "Lonely?" Tiro gave a weak smile as he clasped his son's hand. "You're telling me you didn't meet any cuties there?" "And no, Dad. I was grieving and burying myself in my studies." "Ah, right. Sorry." Tiro squeezed Ciro's hand and then noticed Amaya and Nala behind him. "Hey, but they're pretty cute. Is one of them your girlfriend? Zero smiled. No, they're just friends. They've been helping me out since I left, died, and came back. His father stared at him with a blank expression. Zero took a deep breath and explained everything that had happened to him, from the day of the apocalypse, to meeting Aphil and the others, learning about his class, and finally up to the tournament. Chapter 28, A Very Hard Pill to Swallow. So, you see, Zero said, finishing his story, that's why I'm here. To compete in this stupid tournament, and I'm not even sure why. Maybe it's because I want to prove to myself that I can still do something. That my life hasn't been a complete waste. Well, there's the threat of that one evil organization. Amaya cut off Nala's words with an elbow. Tiro closed his eyes, continuing to squeeze Zero's hand. He chuckled weakly and took a ragged breath. Your life isn't a waste. I was wrong to try and push you to do something I thought would be beneficial to you. I made it worse by kicking you out. I just wanted you to be happy, but I was blinded by what I wanted for you that I never thought to hear what you wanted. Tiro opened his eyes and glanced at his son. Do you hate me for everything that happened? Zero felt tears prick at his eyes as he shook his head. No, Dad. I never hated you. I was just angry. I've missed you. He took a deep breath and wiped at his eyes. It just hurt, you know? Losing Mom, and then us having that fight. I just didn't want you to burn yourself out working like I did in my studies. Tiro smiled softly. It took me a long time to realize you were just looking out for me like I was trying to do for you. I always knew it was you who sent those anonymous deposits in my account. Yeah, well, I guess I didn't try to hide it, Zero smiled back. Did you put it to good use? Tiro shook his head. No, I put it in a savings account. Just in case you ever decided to come back home. Zero felt the lump in his throat come back. An immense guilt washed over him as he thought back to the past. He had always thought his father only cared about his success, but their conversation now opened his eyes. Although he wasn't sure he was ready to forgive his father, Zero felt some sort of reconciliation learning that his father never stopped caring about him. Speaking of home, I got a new place. Close to here, Zero cleared his throat. As soon as you get better, you can move in with me. It's a nice place. His father smiled gratefully, but there was a sadness lurking within his eyes. Zero, I don't think I'll ever get better. What? Tiro hesitated, giving Zero's hand another squeeze. When the apocalypse happened, a lot of people died in the chaos. A large population became those ascendants like you. He coughed, momentarily releasing his grip. But, doctors across the world learned that those initial portals emitted some sort of toxic energy. The only ones who were unaffected were the ascendants. Wait. But for normal people like me, even spending a couple minutes near those portals is deadly. Apparently, the otherworldly toxins can really mess up your body. They call it an outbreak plague or something like that. Dad, don't tell me. Thankfully, whenever those outbreaks happen now, the toxin levels aren't as bad. Still, I got caught up in one of the more dangerous ones on the day of the apocalypse. Tiro looked at Zero with a regretful smile. The only treatments are a steady injection of recovery mana to fight off the infection, or a risky and expensive surgery to remove and replace affected parts with mana-enhanced organs. Zero felt a cold shiver run down his spine. You've been getting shots this whole time. His father nodded. It's pricey, but I've been paying using the money I've saved up over the years. Honestly, I was planning on stopping since I can't afford the surgery, and I was giving up hope of seeing you again. Cyril looked at his father, his heart aching. He didn't know what to say. He couldn't believe that his father had been struggling this whole time and he had no idea. The anger he had felt towards his father for pushing him away dissipated, replaced by guilt and regret. He swallowed the lump in his throat, determined to make things right. Can't you use the money I sent you? I'm making a lot, so I can help pay the difference if it's not enough. Tiro chuckled, wincing as he did so. Son, I appreciate it, but even if you could afford it, the chances of me surviving are slim. That doesn't mean we should give up, Tiro gritted his teeth. The further I make it in the tournament, the more monetary rewards I get. How much is the surgery? Tiro smiled at his son's determination. I made some inquiries. The surgery would cost about 500,000 gold. You've sent me roughly 100,000. Fuck. Tiro quickly calculated his finances. He was expecting 5,000 from the first round, and he had a couple thousand in his account right now. Tiro whirled around to Amaya. How soon can I get that 250,000 payment from our deal? I'm already working on that. Amaya lowered her gaze. Hopefully within a few days. But if not, I'll help you spot it. So will I, Nala spoke up as well. I have a lot saved up. Thank you both, Tiro said, feeling a weight lift off his chest. They didn't have to offer their own money, but he was grateful that they did. I promise to take good care of you once I get that money. And after the tournament, I'll find a way to pay you back. He turned back to his father. Dad, I promise. I'll see this through to the end and win the tournament. In the meantime, hang in there, okay? We'll pay for your surgery and everything. There's a lot of stuff I think we need to talk about. Tiro smiled, tears welling up in his eyes. I love you, Tiro. I've missed you so much. I'm proud of you. He wrapped his arms around his son, squeezing him tightly. Tiro returned the embrace, his chest heaving as he fought back tears of his own after hearing the words he longed to receive. They remained that way for a long moment, sharing a quiet understanding that transcended words. The three soon left, Tiro making sure his father was in better condition before they departed. They were silent as they stepped into the night, the moon casting a soft glow over the city. Tiro felt lighter, as if a massive weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He glanced at Amaya, then at Nala. They both smiled at him, their eyes filled with understanding and support. Thanks for your help. You guys didn't have to, but I really appreciate it. Well, it's the first time I've ever seen you so determined, Amaya remarked. Plus, I know how it feels to see your family like that. Tiro felt another wave of guilt crash over him as he recalled how Amaya lost her family. He swore to himself to find a way to repay her later. Amaya dropped Tiro off at his new place, taking Nala with her to grab a drink. As he rode the elevator and entered his penthouse, Tiro was faintly surprised seeing his stuff from his old apartment already transported over. Deciding to redecorate his place later, Tiro indulged in the room's facilities, taking a very long shower. After getting dressed, he lounged on his bed, glancing over towards his window at the view of the city. Despite the grand and luscious upgrade, Tiro felt a growing sense of loneliness in the spacious bedroom. Aphil, are you there? Yes, champion. Tiro took a moment to think. What do you know about this outbreak plague? Well, not more than what you were told. The energy generated from the portals is definitely toxic to regular mortals. Champions are immune because... Aphil hesitated. The blessings they receive from gods is akin to a vaccine. A portal's energy is very similar to a god's divinity, which is likely why champions can tolerate whereas mortals are unable to accept that energy. So gods are like some sort of antibiotic for the portals? Tiro asked, intrigued. If that helps you understand it better, then yes. Interesting. Tiro had a thought. So, why do these portals or outbreaks or whatever occur? That's Aphil stopped herself. That's something I cannot explain at the moment. What? Why not? Well, you see, champion, it's complicated. Aphil sounded reluctant. There are many theories, but none have been proven. The most popular one is that the portals are a natural occurrence, a byproduct of the universe's expansion. As the cosmos grows, new portals appear, and with them, the potential for an outbreak. Some believe that the portals are created by a higher power, perhaps a god or gods, but again, there's no concrete evidence to support that claim. Zero got the feeling Afiel knew the real reason, but didn't want to share it. He sighed, choosing to table the topic for later. Fine, he turned over on his side. Then, is there really no cure for my dad's sickness? There was a long moment of silence. Not in the sense that you'd think. As I said before, only champions are immune. If your father was somehow blessed by a god, then perhaps he would survive. Otherwise, the surgery I heard before seems the most plausible, since the mana-enhanced organs would certainly help condition him to the energy. Zero considered this for a moment. So, if I were to find a god, and convince them to bless my dad, would that work? That's not how it works, champion. Afiel sounded apologetic. One cannot gain a blessing of a god just by asking for it. The god must choose to bless a champion through their own will. Furthermore, that champion must possess the ability to receive such blessings. Wait, so even if my dad somehow had a god choose him, he wouldn't become blessed if he doesn't have the ability to receive it? Then, what would have happened if I didn't have that ability? Zero frowned, gaining more questions than answers. Champion, in the simplest way I can explain, this is how it works. Gods are able to tell who can and cannot receive blessings. A mortal's entire essence is laid bare to us, where we can see everything, even things you wouldn't be able to comprehend. I saw in you something I resonated with, so that's why I chose you. Technically, you chose someone else before me, and that's why I died. But as for your father, even I can tell that he does not contain the ability to receive a blessing. Zero sighed, defeated. Then what am I supposed to do? I'm sorry, Afiel said after a while. But there is nothing else you can do. Zero's heart sank. He felt a lump forming in his throat, threatening to choke him. So, there's no hope for him? He asked, clenching his jaw. All that's left is the surgery. I will pray that it works. Though it wasn't what he wanted to hear, Zero knew that that was all he could hope for. It wasn't fair, really. He had been doing fine so far, but with his father's reappearance, Zero felt like the world wanted to see him crack. He still felt a slight resentment towards his father, but it was eclipsed by his desire to see him live. Zero went quiet for a moment, lost in his thoughts. All the anger and sadness he harbored towards his father was somewhat justified, but a part of him knew it was unfair to cling to those feelings after seeing him earlier. He took a deep breath, casting his thoughts away as he prepared to sleep. Thanks. He finally murmured. You're welcome. Good night, champion. Night, Afiel. Chapter 29, Second Midterm Fights Part 1. The next day, Zero mentally prepared himself for the second round of the tournament. As he went downstairs, he found Amaya waiting in the lobby in her usual liaison attire. Behind her were a swarm of reporters and important-looking individuals that Zero assumed were here to recruit him. How's the first night in your new place? She asked when she noticed him. Not bad. Zero shrugged. Truthfully, it was nice, but it felt rather empty with just him occupying the enormous room. I've got some semi-good news, Amaya smiled reassuringly as they prepared to dive into the crowd. Your deposit was approved, so it'll hit your account sometime today. Your dad will be able to undergo surgery. Zero felt his whole body feel much lighter. He knew that it wasn't a guarantee, but at least now they had a chance. Thanks, Amaya. You have no idea how much this means to me. No problem. I do have to mention, I talked with your dad's doctor, and the earliest they can do the surgery is tomorrow. Zero stared at her for a moment. You went that far just for me? Amaya raised an eyebrow at his surprised reaction. I told you, I'm here to help. Besides, it's not like I'm going to be using it for anything else important. I can spare a few coins for your dad's sake. No, thanks. The duo ventured out, with Amaya doing her best to keep the crowd at bay. Zero could barely register a single word from anyone as they struggled to push through. Zero Castle. How was it that you were able to reach A rank so quickly in under a month? Mr. Castle, please think about joining the Chrome Dome Guild. Can you provide further explanations about your scholar class? There is news that you seem to have bad luck with women. Fucking hell. Zero muttered to himself as he clung to Amaya in the sea of people. I forgot there were downsides to fame. Finally, they were able to break free from the crowd after Amaya distracted them long enough for Zero to use his shadow sneak. As they drove to the stadium, Zero set aside his thoughts of his father for the moment, focusing on who his next opponent would be. He desperately hoped it wouldn't be Elena or Liam. Rahul or Kanna would also be a match he didn't particularly want to have. As for the other 11 participants, Zero briefly scanned the updated roster for more information. There wasn't anyone of interest, at least, none that Zero thought was a threat. After what he had been through in the match against Sal, he was pretty confident about his abilities now. The pair pulled into the competitor's parking lot, where Amaya accompanied Zero to the arena entrance once more. They stopped in front of the familiar door, and Zero took a deep breath as he mentally prepared himself for the match ahead. Amaya patted him on the back. Good luck, she said with a reassuring smile. Thanks. Zero entered the entrance, walking down the corridor towards the waiting area and locker rooms. When he got there, he found the room empty, save for a couple of officials who directed him towards the exit. Another official acted as an escort for him as they traversed the corridors to the new waiting area. As Zero walked, he noticed that the atmosphere seemed different. There was an electricity in the air, a sense of anticipation and excitement that hadn't been there before. He wondered if it was because of the second round. Or maybe it was because of him. After a while, the official finally led them to a small room with 3 doors. On the left seemed to open to the main arena where the audience was. Up ahead was the exit to outside, but the man gestured to the door on the right. Zero nodded his thanks and headed in, trotting up the stairs to a black door embellished with swirling golden patterns. Oh! Wow! The new waiting area was much nicer than the one from yesterday. Leather couches were neatly arranged in rows, with sleek black mat tables in between. 3 widescreen televisions hung on the full-length windows, displaying advertisements and upcoming matches. Below, the arena seemed larger, with spectators filing into the bleachers. To the left, a small kitchenette was tucked away in one corner, complete with a refrigerator, a microwave, and a coffee machine. An elongated table was littered with refreshments and snacks. To the right were 4 doors. The locker doors were on the far ends of the side, whereas the 2 doors in the center probably led to what Zero assumed was the arena itself. Hey, Zero! Zero shifted his gaze and saw Rahul and Kanna, who were seated near the refreshments wearing the same outfits as yesterday. The Rage Fist grinned and waved him over. You're looking good. Feeling confident, eh? More or less, Zero shrugged as he joined them. I'm just hoping I don't face off against you guys or the S ranks. Hey, Rahul frowned. I'm an S rank, too. You know what I meant. Zero leaned back in his chair, glancing at other participants. There were supposed to be 16 of them today. As his gaze raked over the other ascendants, he noted that Liam and Elena weren't there yet. He figured that they would probably show up later like yesterday. The participants slowly trickled in as the start of the tournament drew closer. True to Zero's prediction, Elena was one of the last to arrive, followed by Liam. Both of them sat in the center of the room, the seats near them empty. Although their presence quelled the noise in the room again, it wasn't as silent as yesterday. Zero sensed that it might be due to the Ascendants' growing confidence in their abilities after the first round. Attention, participants, the man from before with the scar underneath his eye addressed the room. Just as it was yesterday, we will begin to call your names in about 10 minutes. The centermost doors to my left will directly lead you to the arena. Please make any preparations beforehand and good luck. Wished they actually told us who we'd be facing before they announced it. Zero grumbled to himself after the official finished. Ah, but then where's the fun in that? Rawl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Knowing who you're up against ahead of time would result in a boring match. How? Zero stared at Raoul. Anyways, Kana leaned forward. You probably don't know this because it's your first tournament, but the second round will be organized more carefully. Both contestants will be matched up according to how similar they are in strength and abilities. The remaining minutes ticked by slowly as the participants continued to chat and stretch. Zero found himself nodding in agreement with Kana, feeling slightly more at ease now that he knew the matchups were going to be fairer. He glanced at the other ascendants again and noticed that some of them seemed to be studying their opponents more closely, trying to gather any useful information they could. The matches will begin soon. All participants, please stand by. The official with the scar announced to the room. Zero took a deep breath, calming his nerves. His phone buzzed, and he glanced down to see a text from Nala. Expecting a random photo, he was surprised to see that it was a selfie of her, Amaya, and his father. What the fuck? Zero muttered to himself. Though he was glad that his friends were keeping his father company, it was a little weird that they seemed friendly enough to take a photo together. Zero Castle, Anya Laskin, please come forward. For a moment, Zero froze in place. He was going first? The woman named Anya stood up, walking to the center doors. She was dressed in a sleeveless black bodysuit, accentuated with gold trims with her light brown hair tied in a ponytail. A pair of black gloves and boots completed her outfit. Zero followed suit, feeling a mixture of excitement and nervousness. As he took his place behind the doors, he took a moment to study Anya, noting her confident stance and her sharp features. She looked to be around his age, but there was something about her that seemed more experienced. Anya simply nodded at him before she entered the right door, Zero taking the left. Hi there. Kit grinned at him as the door shut behind him. Dressed in the same uniform as the officials, Zero was only mildly surprised to see her there. Are you the only one here to escort me, or did you use your cat paradox to make this happen? Kit immediately pouted, as if his reaction wasn't what she was hoping for. Why? Are you disappointed that it's only me? No, just wondering. Zero shook his head, slightly relieved that it was only Kit. I didn't expect to go first, so seeing a familiar face is comforting. I'm not even gonna ask how you managed to make this happen. The paradox stuck her tongue out playfully before she turned on her heel and walked ahead. So, Kit began as Zero caught up. I have a hunch that you might be wondering why you're the first match of the day. That's right. Well, Kit gave him a smirk. Obviously, it's because of your performance from yesterday. The organizers of the tournament decided to have you get the crowd going first and then end with Elena and Liam's matches. Honestly, it's a good marketing strat, since the tournament was losing attention towards the end of day. Zero frowned. I didn't know that. I figured you didn't. That's why I'm telling you now. I'm also letting you know to do your best in this match. You know anything about your opponent? Zero shook his head. Other than she's an A-rank courtmancer, which is a hybrid advancement of the mage and summoner, no, I don't. Kit was silent for a moment. That's all you really need to know, then. You'll find her skills very interesting to copy. Zero realized he was salivating and wiped his mouth. Is that so? Can you tell me more about them? The paradox giggled. That's something you need to find out for yourself. Gee, thanks for the help. Kit playfully punched his arm. Hey, it's no fun if I told you everything. Plus, it'll give the audience quite a show if you went in blind. She grinned, her mismatched eyes sparkling mischievously. Your teacher also told me to tell you good job. Well, he didn't exactly use those words, but I knew what he was trying to say regardless. There was a sense of pride rising in Zero as a small grin bloomed across his face. Even though he hadn't heard it from Enzo directly, it was still a nice feeling to know his mentor knew of his match against Sal. He also said don't get a big head or something like that. Right. It definitely was something Enzo would say after complimenting Zero. The pair reached the arena entrance, Kit turning back to Zero with an encouraging smile. Do your best, my little bookworm. Zero grunted his thanks and pushed the doors open. Chapter 30, Second Midterm Fights Part 2. The arena wasn't as overwhelming as the first time when Zero stepped onto the dirt. The crowd cheered as both he and his opponent faced off against each other near the center of the enormous stage. Zero inhaled slowly, feeling his rationality activate and clearing his mind. A woman approached the pair, a whistle around her neck. Ground rules are the same as yesterday, but here's a refresher in case you forgot. The woman glanced at the both of them. No killing blows, don't continue if your opponent can't fight anymore, or they surrender, and if I blow the whistle, both of you must stop. Understand? Zero nodded, not bothering to check if his opponent understood as well. He focused on her body language instead. Anya seemed relaxed but slightly on guard, which was understandable considering how Zero fought against Sal. The referee looked at them one more time before she retreated to safety. Is it true you can copy skills from other classes? Anya spoke for the first time, her deep voice heavily saturated with a Russian accent. Yeah. Anya regarded him curiously for a moment. She was tall, a good inch or two above Zero. Her amber eyes narrowed at him before she grinned. This should be interesting. She turned and walked away to take her place a few paces away from Zero as he did the same. Despite the atmosphere of the situation, Zero still thought she was cute. Good luck, champion. Afiel thought to him. I understand it may not be gentlemanlike, but give it your all. I have no problems beating up anyone regardless of gender. But thanks. Zero licked his lips, feeling confident. He took a deep breath and held it for a moment before letting it out slowly. Ladies and gentlemen, the first round is about to begin. The tricky court mancer, Anya Laskin from the Fortune's Favored Guild versus the impressive scholar mercenary, Zero Castle. The audience raised a deafening chorus of cheers as the announcer began to count down. Zero tensed his entire body as the numbers ticked lower. Anya still seemed at ease for the most part, but her gaze was wary, and she had her hands slightly curled. 3, 2, 1. Zero launched off his right foot, activating his perfect analysis, iron skin, inspiration, and his energy and mana efficiencies. Anya followed his movement quickly, raising a hand and condensing golden mana. Not wanting to lose the opportunity to copy her skills, Zero fired off a weak mana nuke to see if Anya would react. The court mancer took the bait, and conjured what looked like 2 playing cards in her hand. Zero's body buzzed with power, learning that the skill copied was spades. He was momentarily confused on what it did, until he watched Anya throw the card. The card immediately exploded with a golden light and a white, mannequin-like faceless figure emerged from the spectacle. On what should be its face was a black spade symbol, and it carried a golden shield and lance. As the familiar easily tanked Zero's mana nuke with its shield, his analysis informed him that Anya's spade skill allowed her to choose any value from the ace to the king, with varying results that centered around defense. The numbered cards including the ace were multipliers, which would either create a defensive barrier or directly bolster the user's defenses. The face cards were familiars, with the king being more up close and sturdy while the queen handled the rear, guarding the user with its spells. The familiar in front of Zero was the jack of spades, a mixture of close and long range. The jack rushed forward, meeting Zero and thrusting its golden lance forward. In a flash, Zero conjured his sword, deflecting the thrust to the side in the nick of time as he simultaneously launched a fire blast. The jack blocked the flames with its shield, but Zero had already zipped past it, gunning for Anya herself. He only caught a glimpse of her before a golden mace suddenly swung into his view. Zero yelped and barely managed to raise his sword in time to block the attack. The weapons clanged together, and the impact sent Zero flying backwards past the jack. Zero immediately adjusted himself and landed on his feet. He glanced ahead, noticing a new familiar with the same black spade standing guard in front of Anya, but it wore a golden crown and wielded a golden mace and shield instead. Zero guessed it was the King of Spades. He had to admit, Kit was right about Anya's skills being interesting. In the moment though, it was looking pretty tough. First, his perfect analysis determined that revenge was a waste, since it only returned damage back to the user who dealt it. The familiars were considered separate entities from Anya. Fairness was also useless, since Anya only had a bigger mana pool than Zero, so the skill would only equalize their resource. Fuck, he muttered to himself as he watched Anya conjure another card. What can I do to get to her? The courtmancer threw the card, Zero watching as it exploded with a golden light. This time, a familiar with a black club symbol appeared, wielding a golden longsword. As his perfect copy and analysis registered the skill as clubs, Zero found himself locked in a sword fight with the newly summoned Jack. Fuck! Zero exclaimed again as the Jack of Spades joined the fight, shifting the balance out of Zero's favor. Amazing! The announcer shouted over the raving of the audience. It seems that Zero is being overwhelmed this time, unlike yesterday. Will he be able to get his pacing back? Ignoring the announcer, Zero gritted his teeth and littered the ground with mana knives, detonating them as he casted Shadow Sneak to slip away from the jacks using the explosion as a smokescreen. If Spades focused on defense, then it seemed as though clubs focused on offense. Zero couldn't help but wonder what stats Diamonds and Hearts would focus on. Well, he assumed Hearts would be recovery or support, but Diamonds was a mystery. Zero soon found out what Diamonds focused on as he rematerialized and was met with the Jack of Diamonds, which held a palm towards him. A golden ball of mana crackled and blasted forth, causing Zero to stomp his foot and create a green hexagonal force field to block it. It focuses on magic? Really? Zero scowled as he copied the Diamond's skill. He struggled to keep the force field up as all three jacks mercilessly rained their attacks on his bubble. Glancing at Anya, he noticed a new familiar that wore a tiara with a red heart symbol on its blank face. It was providing mana recovery and boosting Anya's reaction speed. You're fucking kidding me. The jacks were relentless and Zero had to disperse his sword to send more mana into his force field to keep it up. The King of Spades continued to guard Anya, while the Queen of Hearts kept her in peak condition. Zero gritted his teeth, struggling to keep up with the jack's assault. His force field was starting to crack, and he knew he had to do something soon. He glanced at Anya again and saw her summoning a familiar with a red heart symbol as he copied the Hearts skill, the final Jack of Hearts. Champion, what if you summoned forth your own familiars? Afiel quickly suggested as the last Jack joined the onslaught. I would, but... Zero glanced at Anya, who seemed to have a smirk on her face. First, I'd rather have the person I copied the skills from push it to the limits just in case they show me something else I can do with them. He began to slowly raise his arms above his head as his force field grew weaker. And second, Zero condensed his green mana into his hands. I'll consider it a last-ditch effort. What? Why? Zero dropped his force field and immediately conjured the jury axe, gripping the handle as it came crashing down. Because they're so fucking ugly. As the jury smashed into the ground, the impact forcefully blew back all the jacks. Even the King of Spades staggered backwards, and the Queen of Hearts quickly casted a barrier over Anya and itself to absorb the shockwave. The brief respite wasn't the only thing Zero had done as he dispersed the jury and dropped to one knee. He had also casted Blast Zone using the jury's impact, and he quickly conjured a dark jade mana cannon for the first time, shouldering it and pointing at the sky. God, this is fucking heavy. Zero groaned as he injected an enormous amount of his mana into the cannon. He was aware that the jacks had recovered and were rapidly closing the distance, but it was too late. With a sadistic grin, Zero fired his cannon, sending a multitude of luminous green spheres to the sky. Oh my! That's Sal's starfall! Zero is using Sal's skills from yesterday's match. The announcer sounded both shocked and in awe. The crowd roared their approval at his words. What an incredible sight! You think your copied starfall will hurt? Anya shouted across the arena. I can just summon more of the court. She threw more cards that exploded with a golden light, summoning the rest of the face cards from each suit. They can take your attack head on. Here's the thing, Zero shouted back, licking his lips and sneering as he stopped firing. He stood up and stretched his arms out wide, glancing up at the sparkling emerald sky. Sal's starfall uses regular mana beams as ammunition. As the jacks and kings reached Zero, he stomped his foot and injected most of his mana and energy into his force field, blocking their attacks. But, it wasn't their attacks he was worried about. Zero willed the sky to fall, watching as his sea of emerald mana came cascading down. But for my starfall, Zero continued as an unhinged grin spread across his face. I juiced up the power. As the first green sphere crashed into the ground near the jacks, it exploded with such ferocity that the magic barrier protecting the audience trembled. Zero could barely make out Anya's face, which had paled in fear. Champion, you did not. Zero began to cackle maniacally as he watched the arena get carpet bombed. Yeah, I fired off mana nukes instead. I'm calling it Starfall Nuke. For a while, Zero could see nothing but green as his nukes covered the field, obscuring his view. The thundering booms began to deafen his ears, and Zero concentrated on keeping his force field up to block the impacts from his Starfall nuke. When the dust finally settled, the aftershocks continued to shake the ground, and the air was thick with the acrid smoke of burnt mana. Zero deactivated his force field and assumed that the face card familiars were taken care of since he saw no traces of them. However, he caught sight of something golden flickering up ahead in front. Damn! Really? Zero muttered as he gradually got a better view of what he was looking at. Anya stood, unharmed as a new familiar stood beside her. This time, the familiar wore a black opera mask trimmed with gold that covered the top half of its face. It had long and flowing bronze hair and pale skin, its golden eyes staring directly at Zero. It was dressed in a form-fitting black and gold suit with frills, with a three-pronged hat that hung bells at the dangling ends atop its head. As Zero copied the Joker skill, he couldn't help but think about how the familiar was rather attractive. What a destructive attack by the scholar! The announcer cried out as the crowd recovered from the shock of Zero's Starfall nuke. But the courtmancer is just as impressive, still standing after a barrage like that. You have pushed me to use my trump card, Anya declared across the arena with a hint of respect. But, this is my victory. Zero conjured his mana blade, preparing himself as he checked on his resources. He still had plenty of energy, but his mana reserves were running low from his Starfall nuke. He knew that Anya was probably in the same situation, so he decided to end this quickly. He sprinted towards her, maneuvering around the debris left by their battle. The Joker launched itself forward with incredible speed, to the point that Zero was almost unable to track it. It threw a series of playing cards to which Zero either deflected or cut in half with inhuman precision. In the next moment, Zero found himself face to face with the Joker familiar, gazing into its brilliant golden eyes. He realized that it was different from the face cards Anya had summoned before, catching a glimpse of intelligence behind its eyes. You're beautiful. Zero blurted out without thinking, lowering his sword. Anya opened her mouth in shock as the audience quickly grew quiet. The announcer, who had been commenting on the match up until this point, became speechless. Even the Joker familiar paused in surprise, tilting her head as she frowned. I'm sorry. The Joker spoke, a pleasant surprise to Zero. She had a soft, silky voice that he found incredibly soothing. Zero realized his outburst that had been broadcasted to both the audience and on live television. Gripping his sword tighter, he grinned confidently and met the Joker's eyes. I said, I think you're beautiful. Chapter 31, Second Midterm Fights Final Part. That's my son. Tiro said in awe, more of a statement than a question as he gazed at his son on the television screen. Amaya sat near his bed on his left, while Nala sat on the right. On screen, the trio watched as Ciro held his own against the face cards, eventually pulling out the jury axe. Amaya couldn't help but share a smile with Nala as they watched Ciro's father gaze in wonder when Ciro performed his Starfall nuke. Yet, he's become a very strong ascendant, going from F rank to A rank in a matter of days, Amaya explained to Tiro. In fact, I think he has potential to be an S rank. Tiro looked back at Amaya, his eyes filled with pride. I always knew my boy was special, he said, a small smile on his face. He always had that spark. Amaya felt a sudden tightness in her chest, thinking of her own deceased father. She forced the feeling down, nodding in agreement. Well, he's special all right. He's the only known scholar class right now. The liaison paused for a moment. In spite of that, he can be a little bit. You're beautiful. Ciro's voice echoed out from the television speakers as Anya brought out the Joker familiar. Amaya stared at the screen in shock, seeing Nala also look slightly off guard. That's my son. Tiro chuckled weakly, causing even Nala to appear visibly stunned. Seeing Tiro's prideful expression caused the two women to realize where Ciro's shamelessness came from. Amaya silently sighed, sharing a look with Nala. Oh, sorry. Tiro saw the look on their faces and smiled sheepishly. I'm just glad to see my son so confident. And no, it's fine, Amaya quickly composed herself. It was just unexpected. Yeah, Nala nodded. There's nothing wrong with that. Ciro's father appeared thankful, smiling at the women warmly. I'm happy to see that he has such wonderful friends, Tiro began. He was always so lonely. Amaya and Nala exchanged glances again, understanding the subtext of his words. He's not lonely anymore, sir, Amaya assured him. He's got us now. Thank you, both of you. I was always worried for him when his mother died, Tiro sounded melancholic. He used to be such a curious child. It helped that his mother encouraged him to explore and learn as much as he could. Probably explains why he switched his majors so much. Ciro's father took a shaky breath. We were pretty poor, so even sending him to grade school was a struggle. Not to mention we had to portion our meals every night. He paused for a moment. Even then, Ciro and Val shared a strong bond. She kept his desire to learn going, up until she passed away before he graduated high school. The two women nodded solemnly. They knew a bit of the hardship Ciro had faced growing up, but hearing it from his father made it all the more real. He's come a long way, Nala offered, trying to lighten the mood. He's become such a strong person, and he's found friends who truly care about him. Tiro smiled gratefully. I know it hasn't been long since I've met you both, but please, stay by Ciro's side. He may not realize it, but it would help to have such good friends to support him. Especially with two beauties like you. Amaya felt a blush creeping up her cheeks as the old man complimented her, but she quickly recovered, smiling back at him. Thank you, sir. We'll make sure to take good care of him. Ciro's father sighed contentedly, glancing back at the screen. He's a good kid. He just didn't have the best childhood growing up, always alone without any real friends. I regret not checking up on him these last few years after we. He trailed off, deep in thought. You did your best, sir, Amaya assured him gently. And he's turned out to be an amazing person despite everything. He's still got a lot of growing to do, but we'll be there for him every step of the way. She glanced at Nala, who nodded in agreement. Tiro seemed to relax a little at their words. Well, I'm glad he found someone like you, Amaya. You seem like a strong, kind woman. And Nala as well. I'm sure Ciro would be lucky to have either of you as his partner. Amaya laughed uncomfortably while Nala forced a strained smile. It seemed that they were learning a lot about where Zero's tendencies were coming from, much to their dismay. Meanwhile, back at the arena, the Joker faintly blushed, staring at Zero in disbelief. Thank you. She stammered, sounding more confused than anything. I didn't know people thought that of me. Even though she didn't say anything, Zero could sense a feels shock within his thoughts. Anya had composed herself, but she still seemed stunned at Zero's sudden change in behavior. Well, I'm glad I'm the first to let you know, Zero grinned at the Joker. You might be Anya's familiar, but I'd love to get familiar with you. The Joker's blush deepened, and she looked away, fidgeting with her hands. That's nice of you, I guess. She stammered, sounding more flustered by the moment. But I'm not allowed to, you know. She suddenly shook her head and faced Zero with a look of confusion and apprehension. Wait, you realize this is a match, right? Yeah. Anya shouted from behind, coming back to her senses as she glared at Zero. What do you think you are doing, flirting with my familiar? Whoops, sorry, Zero said, holding his hands up in a placating gesture. Just being honest, you know? I mean, if you don't want me to, I won't. But I can't help but think you're really cute. Anya's eyes narrowed even further as the announcer, who had finally regained his composure, spoke up again. Well, it seems like our players have taken a detour from the battlefield for a moment. But we still have a match to finish, don't we? The Joker gave Zero a disturbed look before she disappeared with a golden flash, reappearing next to Anya. The two shared a look, and the Joker suddenly dissolved into golden mana, swirling around the court mancer. It appears like I must do this myself, Anya declared as she absorbed the golden light. I will take you on. Zero clicked his tongue in disappointment, his analysis determining that Anya had merged with the Joker. He brandished his sword, anticipating Anya's next moves. In the back of his mind, he wondered if he'd be able to summon the same Joker using his copied skill, or if it would be a different familiar altogether. That was something he'd figure out later. As Anya charged at him, Zero met her golden cards with his sword, parrying each projectile effortlessly. It seemed as though the court mancer had absorbed the Joker's agility and grace, as she moved with uncanny speed and precision. Zero found himself on the defensive, his sword dancing through the air as he tried to clash against her golden club. He fired off mana railguns in between his sword strikes, but Anya either avoided them or conjured a translucent golden barrier to defend against them. Zero realized that the Joker was the culmination of all four suits, seamlessly blending the stats together to create a powerful individual. For most other ascendants, facing another's greatest skill might be daunting. But to Zero, it was perfect. You should have kept her out here, Zero grinned as he countered each of Anya's card projectiles midair with his mana knives. You might have had a chance of winning. And be forced to watch you pine helplessly after my familiar. Anya retorted, slipping past Zero's guard and landing a solid smack to Zero's stomach with her golden club. Nyet. Zero doubled over in pain, registering Anya's golden mana beam firing at point blank, but unable to do anything except take it head on. The magic blasted Zero off his feet, but he managed to morph into shadows mid-flight and solidified back to land in a crouching position. He growled in agony, quickly casting recovery and allotting more energy towards the skill. As his body healed, Zero quickly gathered his bearings, seeing Anya charge at him once more as she threw more golden cards. He jumped over the first wave, then rolled under the second before coming back to his feet and thrusting his sword forward, clashing against the third. Anya's eyes narrowed, and she pulled back slightly, her golden club glowing brighter. You think you can win with just that? She growled, swinging her club in a wide arc that sent a wave of golden cards flying towards Zero. He raised his sword to block them, but found himself overwhelmed by the sheer number of attacks. As he struggled to maintain his defense, he noticed Anya moving in for a killing blow. This is gonna hurt. Zero muttered to himself as he poured a significant amount of energy and mana into his iron skin. As Anya smashed her golden club into Zero's right side, he quickly dispersed his sword and summoned the jury axe, gripping the handle as it fell. Anya's club connected, causing Zero to feel like he'd been hit by a truck. The jury hit the ground, missing Anya completely as it smashed a crater into the arena. The force of Anya's club almost sent Zero flying, but his grip on the jury's handle kept him in place even through the searing pain. The look of utter disbelief on Anya's face at how Zero stood his ground almost made taking the hit worth it. Fuck. Zero coughed out as Anya recovered from the jury's shockwave, preparing to swing her club again. Before she could, Zero quickly let go of the axe, holding a palm out towards her. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Zero smiled wickedly as he casted fairness. Anya faltered, feeling her strength become forcibly stolen from her. Her club wavered in the air, which gave Zero the opening he needed. Gritting his teeth, he forced his body to move, getting close to Anya and prepping a punch into her stomach. He deactivated all of his skills save for fairness and inspiration, sending a right hook deep into her abdomen. The revenge activated, covering the court mancer in a green aura and exploded, sending her flying away. The damage Zero received from her was tripled by his skills as he watched her hit the other side of the arena. Without missing a beat, Zero dashed forward, ignoring the protests of his screaming body, charging up a decently powerful mana nuke that he fired after Anya. The magic connected with a boom, causing a green explosion that swallowed up Anya's golden aura. Zero conjured his sword, reaching the other side of the arena and priming the tip at where Anya landed. When the smoke cleared, he found her slumped and passed out against the wall, a crater left behind her. Amazing! What another explosive performance by the scholar! The announcer shouted after processing what just happened. Zero's ending blow seems to be his staple. Reflecting back, all the damage he's taken is a seriously risky move, but it seems to work in his favor. The crowd screamed their approval, causing an uproar of cheering as the referee called the match. Zero fell to his knees, feeling his entire body ache with exhaustion and effort. I really need to figure out a new way to use revenge without breaking my body. Zero grimaced, panting heavily. He couldn't believe how close that last attack had been, and how much it had hurt. He felt drained, like he'd been through a war. As the medics rushed to treat him, Zero looked at the excited crowd, grinning with triumph as he held a thumbs up.